Welcome back to Getting Worked. It's your boy Jarret. I'm hanging out here with my boy Ian. How in the heck is it going, man?
Doing good, doing good. It is a short work week, so that is always a good thing.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Heading in, so yeah. Looking forward to the week. It's been nice. Today was the big day to get, as far as work goes. It's always the big day. You get past Tuesday, usually Wednesday's kind of, everybody's easing off. So heading into the hopefully 4-day weekend for most people.
I know for some folks, but hey, shout out to all of our folks out there working retail.
Heck yeah.
And working like the hospitals and like fire and rescue and the police and all that stuff, having to actually, things where you actually have to work but you're not an athlete getting paid millions of dollars to do it.
Exactly.
I feel you. All right.
Yeah. First off, thank you, especially for Black Friday deals that are about to come up.
Good. Yeah.
Deals,
like you poor souls working Black Friday. Oh man, I worked at Toys R Us Black Friday.
There battling over things.
It's not
quite like it used to be. It's not like it used to be as far as Black Friday.
I worked at Toys R Us Black Friday one time. That's my one time retail. But see, I can't even complain that much because I was in the back putting together bicycles. Okay. That's all I did all day. Now I'm not going to say that was fun, but especially after I kind of got a rhythm together, and especially after it's like the same model bike, you see it more than once, and it's like boom, 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 and then maybe you might see one. It's like, oh, okay, what's the trick to this one? Because most of the time it's just the way they put together, and it's got to do something stupid. But other than that, it wasn't that bad. I could have the people out front, especially and then also if there was times where I wasn't putting together bicycles, which wasn't much. I was kind of helping with inventory, just getting stuff out,
making sure it's out there.
Getting stuff down from some tall. Because we had the storeroom there, and so we had stuff like these tall shelves, and helping to get some of that stuff down. Or they might pull me and say, "Hey, can you?" Because just they need some of the stuff would just be ridiculously heavy, and of course it'd be up at the very damn top.
Yeah, why would you put the heavy stuff at the bottom? That doesn't make sense.
No, not at all.
Let's put the stuffed animals down here on the bottom, and the Tonka trucks, let's put them as high as possible. Yeah.
Nah, but anyway, so hopefully for a lot of folks to get a chance to take at least part of a break, if anything, enjoy Turkey Day. I know for a lot of folks, it was my first job when we got out here in Idaho. I worked IT at the hospital here, and a lot of times it would be really the day I would get off was Thanksgiving. I could take off, but I wouldn't get the day off after.
Right. Yeah.
And a lot of times I would end up just working that day just because it would be typically quieter, but it was IT at a hospital and you never know what's going to go sideways on you in a second then. But other than that, I've been pretty lucky. Yeah, it sucks. But anyway, hopefully we'll get a chance to take a break. At least enjoy Turkey Day or one of a day out of this spot. But if you get more days, just take the break.
Enjoy it. Yeah, for sure. There's so much stuff going. I mean, of course, here in the U.S., Turkey Day is all about football. It's
football and food. That's why it's my favorite.
Family, of course, family, but no, football for real.
Family, food, and football. That's why it's my favorite holiday.
And this year it's also football. So there's the World Cup is going on.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
The World Cup. My son. So this is what happens when you marry a Brazilian. Now I have to pay attention to football, soccer. I got to pay attention to soccer. So we're gonna split between watching NFL. I'm just tired of playing tricks with the word football there.
That's okay.
We'll watch the NFL and some World Cup and bouncing between those. So my son has decided of course, pulling for the US, etc. But he's picked 3 teams. So he's got his 3 teams as US, of course. And then he's going to pull for Portugal and Japan.
Nice.
So those are his teams. I've decided, of course, U.S. is obvious. I've decided Spain. I'm going Spain. I'm pulling for Spain. Why? No clue.
You're just there, man. It's like fresh in your mind, you know?
That's it. So I decided I'm going to pull for Spain, and those are my teams. And of course, I guess indirectly, or as long as my wife's not watching, I guess I have to pull for Brazil as well, a little bit, just for the house. But no, that's So she's pulling for them, of course.
Sure,
and the US.
Sure.
Those are hers. But yeah, so we're gonna do like a big thing. I'm gonna attempt to do the soccer thing, and yeah, I'm sorry, all soccer fans. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try again. I think before. I'm gonna legitimately try again.
I think it's one of those things where I would say this run right now, you're doing the right thing. You don't really actually truly have a dog in the race, so pick somebody.
That's
and especially since you don't really have a dog.
I get sports,
sure.
I get the concept, and I've always said that I always want to go to. I always like to see the greats of whatever it is, even if it's something I don't particularly care for. I always like to see the really greats do it. If it's opera and I don't like opera, I actually do like opera. If I didn't like opera, I'd want to go see the best opera singer in their moment that shine. I want the best rock and roll band ever. I want to see them in their height of their power.
It's going to give you the best chance to kind of
to get
grab
where
that
it's like,
thing.
Okay, this isn't for me, but I am enjoying. Like I can feel that energy. I can feel whatever it is. Like it's not for me, but I get it. I see where that could be a thing. Soccer is the same thing. So I've always wanted to go to either Brazil or England for the whatever big rivalry there is. I want to go see that. I want to be there for that game. Feel the crowd surging, everybody's singing. We don't do that here. We don't.
Soccer does have an advantage over, say, even football or basketball, right? So you've been to the sports bars, watching, say, the NFL or the NBA.
Sure.
And imagine going. And you're at a sports bar at like what ends up being the last game of the finals.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of get like, especially where you have teams, like, especially if you're like in a place where it's that team bar.
Your home.
And that, right. Okay? So, and it's like their team either wins or loses. And it's like it ends up being the last game of the playoffs, right? Because like basketball, you never know. I mean, unless it's like Game 7, for a fact that it's the last one. Fair enough. So if you can find a place that they watch soccer and like they're rabid soccer fans, that's every single game. It's every single game. And so if you could go to, if anything else, even if you could go to that, so like in a way you kind of have a way to kind of do like a step process here. So like watch the games, try and just get to where you can kind of like truly, at least if anything else, understand what and why, kind of understand like
what's happening.
Why was a penalty called, like that kind of thing, right? Then step it up to the bar experience, and like I said, if you can find a place where they like habitually watch soccer and they're rabid soccer fans. It doesn't matter who's playing, and the game itself could be ultimately inconsequential. But also the way the leagues work out, that's the other thing. Like the games do matter a little bit more. And that's part of the process, but just the passion in the game. If you did that,
that's what I want to pick up.
You'll get
say this. I don't even watch. So what was it? The other day I watched the U.S. played. forgot the team's name. I can see their banner, because their banner, honestly, their flag rather, looked like one of our Dark Age Knights of the Round Table. It should be on a shield or a cloak. I don't mean no disrespect to anybody. That's what it looked like. It was a giant, it was a dragon that was going like this. It looked like it was supposed to be on one of our shields or cloaks. So,
they used a lot of use the heraldry type of iconography for the teams.
I think it's one of those countries that, you know, I'm old, so when we were in school, it wasn't a country, it was part of another country that's no longer there. So I don't know. But whoever they were playing, everything about this game was exciting. Everything about their fans, everybody was just surging the entire time. I was like, oh, what was the best part? So I was watching it, but I was watching it in Spanish because for some reason the English version wasn't on. I don't know why that was, but for some reason it wasn't. So all I had to listen to it was in Spanish. They are far more excited about every little detail of soccer than anything we have for any other sport. They walked out there with the ball and they were like, oh my goodness,
maybe the baseball nerd, like the deep-rooted baseball nerds, it's probably the closest thing. It's not the same thing, but it's the closest thing that we have.
What is happening? Because
baseball,
I come running back into the room. You know, you usually go to the other room, grabs a drink, and kind of, you know, while everybody's kind of setting up and kicking around. I'd go to the other room and I'd hear the announcer kind of, the where that voice starts going up, like something's really about to happen. I come flying back in the room like, oh my goodness, I'm gonna miss. What's happening? Nothing's happening. Why are y'all? It was just that energy the whole time of just, it's like, this is actually really cool.
And I think, and see, I think it's not quite the same thing, but baseball is probably the closest thing we have to this, because there's, you know how baseball can go. You can have a lot of 3 and outs, and the game can be kind of slow, especially if you're not really engrossed in it, you know. But it's that anticipation of that potential home run hit, or that you know, the base is loaded with, you know, and he gets that hit off. Pop fly out, and does the guy catch it? But it doesn't even, it may not even matter, because you still get like 3 runners in, you know. But if the guy doesn't catch it, then you've got 4 coming in. Things like that. It's that anticipation of it. Remind me, I'm going to wait on this one, because there's an analogy that a French woman told me about soccer.
Okay.
But
I'm a little scared.
I don't want to. I want you to watch it first, and then. But and the thing is, like, because like it was she's a French woman now. She's actually someone that I went to college with, which is where I actually got introduced to soccer, like more like intimately. I'm still not deeply entrenched in it myself, but I did hang out with some folks that were like quite a few of them were from Europe.
Who are soccer fans? So.
Well, they're from Europe. You know, and so
you don't have a choice.
They were like deep into it, and she had a question. She didn't even explain it to me. She just asked me a question, and it made perfect sense to me.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a post soccer.
It lets you kind of just at least kind of watch the game and kind of get a handle for it before I drop that on you, because
all right,
because you gotta. Once you were to watch it, just watch it. And then she kind of, and I mean, it makes perfect sense that she was French. And she explained it to me, and like she started with the one question, and then she kind of like gave a couple little tidbits here and there about it. But other than that, it was basically one question, and it was like, okay.
We're gonna have to have that on the next stream. Just for everybody out there. If we're going to do this, we'll have to have that question pop up. We do it as a short. We may have to do it as a short. So,
well, clip
what
this.
Does Jarret want to have the question? What question does Jarret have from a French lady
that explains soccer?
That explains soccer.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Yeah. Pretty much. So
That's Thursday.
That's cool though. That's cool though to be able to get into it. Hey, you met my buddy Richard, who's the best man in my wedding.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
total redneck. But he's
a good old boy.
He's a good boy. I think
He's
like I said, he's
a country boy.
He's I call him a big old redneck because he's like my best friend, so I can call him a big old redneck.
I won't call him. I'm gonna call him a country boy.
He wouldn't. He would never. He would never. Like be a fan of soccer. Like it would be the farthest thing you'd ever expect. His daughter ended up getting into it, and then because of that, then he actually ended up coaching it. He got involved with it, and then he actually ended up coaching it. And like this guy didn't even play high school sports.
All right.
So
good for you, man.
I think he did like track and field before he moved out here to Virginia from Florida or something like that. But then when we were in high school, he didn't do any of the high school sports stuff. So he was more of like a hunting, fishing, outdoors kind of guy, right?
Tracks for what you had called him, yes.
Yeah. So, and also just because I can make fun of him like that.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not making fun of you saying that at all. I'm just saying,
No, I know.
I'm saying for everybody else out there, I'm just saying he's a country boy. It's a difference.
Yeah.
I know the difference. And he's a good dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, you would never expect that from him. Him getting involved with soccer, like of any of the sports. Like I mean, like the only sport he would watch consistently was NASCAR. It
does make much more sense.
He'd watch football. He'd watch football if it was on. Wasn't a big fan of basketball. But like baseball would be something he would kind of have on in the background, but he wouldn't really pay that much attention to it. But because his daughter got involved with it and everything, then he got involved with it and actually started coaching it and stuff like that. So then now he's actually a pretty rabid soccer fan because he got involved with it. And I think it's one of those things that once it clicks,
for me, it's the excitement. So the sports fan in me, I get sports. So and I get the reason that I like sports.
Yep.
And all of that, just that core, that energy, that everything that goes along with it. That I get, and that's easily the most exciting thing to me. It's the pomp and circumstance as much as the actual what's happening on the field, which isn't too different from a lot of stuff. I just understand it better. So this is completely me being the dumb guy who's never watched soccer and doesn't understand like the nuance of what's happening and why they don't kick the ball at the goal more often and quicker. Stuff like that. I know there's a scheme. I don't know what the scheme is. So it's like if I was watching football and didn't understand what, a running play was designed to do, or, this pass, flankers running here. If I didn't understand that, it'd just be a whole bunch of big dudes running into each other and falling down every 3 yards or so.
I remember I had to explain to a girlfriend why it was like, it's like one of the first runs she was paying attention to. It went to first down, second down, third down, fourth down, and then they didn't proceed, and then they had to go off the field. Like that part she actually understood.
Yeah.
And so she thought like, okay, it was third down, and then they ended up like they got past the 10 yards from like the original, right? So then it went right back to first down. And she was like, well, why isn't it fourth down again?
The fifth one?
Well, no, because it was like third, and she's like, well, wouldn't this be fourth again? Because it was four, like she wants like, and
they
like
got the 10.
I'm like, well, no, that she didn't even understand that part.
Oh,
she just knew that it went from it was third, and then she was expecting it to be fourth. She thought it was like at fourth she had to
in order.
And it was like it was just going to go in order, and like as long as she kept proceeding, then you would keep going. And then like I don't know if she was expecting it to be like
fifth,
ninth down and whatever to get to the end zone, She understood a
9th and 10.
touchdown. She understood what a touchdown was. She understood that the goal was to get into the end zone. She understood field goals, but she didn't understand the downs. So it was like little things like that a person casually watching but not completely paying attention wouldn't necessarily pick up on. And it's little things like that. And soccer's full of it. Soccer's full of little weird little things that
Easily
you gotta kind of
annoys the absolute bejesus out of me is the offsides thing. The offsides thing makes zero sense to me. It's not that I don't get what they're saying. I'm saying it seems like a dumb rule. I just don't get why it's there. It seems like that's dumb. Like you made that hard for no reason. There was no reason for it. And it was just like, how can we make this more complicated? Oh, okay, let's throw this in there. And you can't be past the last defender, but there's somebody else. So I'm like, well, why don't you just keep your defense at midfield? Nobody could ever go past you. What's the big deal? Then if the ball's past you first, I'm like, or hear me out, just everybody run up and down and shoot as often as you can. It's a lot more exciting. I got to tell you, 1-to-1 is a terrible game. That was dreadful. But the only time I've ever watched and actually sit down and gonna watch is probably 15 years ago or more.
Sure.
And I was gonna sit down and I was ready. Okay, I was excited. I was younger too, so I had all the, I was like, all right, yeah, we're gonna watch. And the game finished 1-1, and they had scored those 2 goals in the first 3 minutes of the game. I came in minute 4, and then I sat there for the rest of the time and didn't see anyone shoot toward the goal, much less into it. And then it just seemed they did probably they did probably kick toward the goal. I'm being smart, but it was just, I didn't know what was going on, but it were never attacking or moving like in the general direction where you would think they should be headed to. After that, I was like, I just can't do this. So this year, I decided I was gonna try it again. Like my son, this is what happens. You get old, you have kids, and they get you to do all kinds of crazy stuff. So yeah, he's kind of like, I'm kind of into watching. I'm like, all right, we're gonna watch it. First game I watched ended 1-1. So I've decided that I cannot watch any game that scores 2 goals by any one team. That's just not possible for me. So if I'm watching the game's gonna end 1-1. It's just what it is.
Well, and so that's the other thing too, where like people talk about that, and it's like like, oh yeah, it's 1-1, all this stuff, and like what they're saying is like that only doesn't quite track with you because in American football you inflate the numbers on the scores.
Well, because it's not the score, but see, remember, I like baseball, but it's not so much.
Sure.
Yeah,
it's not the fact that it's 1-1. But a lot of people, the fact that there's more ties in the game, and that's just
the heck out
sure.
Of it.
I can.
It's not even like in football. Right. There could be a tie, but it's
very rare, and there's usually overtime to you get opportunities to really try.
This is kind of cool and different.
Sure.
Games routinely end tied.
But a lot of people end up like getting tripped up on the fact that it's only a 1-1 game and all this stuff. I'm all for a pitching duel in baseball. Sure.
I'm all for in football. I'm all for a 3-0 game. Like if it's good, it's
the action's good.
Because this is my not knowing soccer. Like this is completely me being a moron when it comes to soccer. So
right,
totally,
and that's the trick.
I can't tell the difference between 2 teams in a defensive struggle. Football, NFL terms, both defenses are just killing it, just on it, attacking the quarterback. They can't get anything offensively done either side. That's an exciting game. Baseball, I've got 2 pitchers that are mega all-stars. I got Jake DeGrom for the Mets pitching against what other bum is on the other team? And going at it, and it's 0-0, 1-0, 1-1 in the 8th inning, and they're still just shutting it down. And you're intense on every single play. The problem is in soccer, I don't know. I can't tell what's just they have no idea what's happening right now. They're both bad, or they're just really good at the chess match that goes on in
yeah sport. And I think
that's what I don't see.
Yeah,
so I can't tell that they're kicking sideways for 30 minutes is setting up something. I see them kicking sideways for 30 minutes going, the guys, if you turned, you might notice the direction you could kick toward. So that type of stuff.
Right. And yeah, I think that's
where I got to get.
I think that some of it comes into kind of like rulings on positioning. It's this is a stark oversimplification, but it's almost like imagine like the line of scrimmage, like constant, like always moving with the ball.
Sure.
And so then, like,
and that's actually a good analogy because
where you're allowed to be positioned, and there's rules to, and there's rules, but then there's just like best practices in terms of how to account for it, because European football is more like basketball in the sense that you have the same people out there for offense and defense, right? And so, yeah, you'll have like some defensive men, and obviously your goalie's only concerned with defense, but like your forwards and your midfielders and things like that, especially as you get closer kind of at the attack at the ball, you're doing both. And especially in soccer, like there could be like split second changes between whether you're on offense or defense when we got two people attacking the ball.
Like it's sort of this amoeba kind of fluidity to it, where you're getting the big bubble on the back because you're becoming defense, and then you have to kind of push to become back the other way.
It's like microseconds. It's like
I started seeing.
It could also, another way to then apply it to like basketball is then you could have like microseconds of like fast breaks, or like the starts of potential fast breaks at like any given second. Like you could have this battle with the ball, and then any given second it could potentially turn into a fast break. Whereas in basketball, it's a little bit more clear where that could kick in.
Where it's going to happen.
In soccer, it's oh yeah, hey, what's up, Sith?
That's that excitement that you hear the entire time.
Yeah.
That I'm always like I said, if you leave the room, for me, that was every time I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go get a drink. Let me run over there real quick. And I would hear the ramp up, and that's what was happening. So I would hear the ramp up, like, this could be it. This could be it. No, that wasn't it. Okay, this could be, okay, that wasn't it either. And so I kept running back and forth. But no, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to
it'll be good. It'll be good. And I think, especially if you start watching at it from kind of those two things, I think especially we kind of consider kind of where the ball is almost like a moving line of scrimmage, and then again kind of thinking about the fact that wherever that ball is, like at any given microsecond, a fast break could like potentially pop off, and the game could be looking really, really slow, and it's like, oh, but wait a minute, like this shit could pop off like that. And it's that anticipation.
Well, that's like the U.S., the way they scored, it was out of nothing. It was nothing. All of a sudden, the guy just streaking down, got ahead of his man. And we have kind of been joking about, because again, I don't know the players or anything like that. So I'm just trying to watch sports mind, just watch, okay, this guy's kind of just hovering and not doing much in the corner. I said, either that's the U.S.'s best player or he's absolutely terrible, because you could just kind of tell either the defense was taking him away or like worried about him, or he was terrible. Like it was only one of those two. It was only one of those two options, because he wasn't doing anything. And then all of a sudden he was just like way faster than anybody around him. And he shot by his man, got ahead, boom, kicked the ball in. It was, that was it. So I don't know if that's I'm going like this as if I don't think that's the signal. I don't know what the signal for goal is. Yeah, I was doing like football goal. I don't think I don't know if that's the same signal.
Close enough. Hey, Sith's Sif's shouting out the drip on your new setup, man.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was actually trying to update this so that I can actually see chat real quick. So yeah, let me bounce over the chat real fast.
How you doing, Sif?
How's
Doing
it going,
good, man? There's a bit of a delay, as always. It's interesting trying to figure out what the delay is with YouTube and Oh yeah, no sweat, Sif. Yep, I'll hit you up.
It's always just a little bit of a.
It's just trying to, and I think they do a bit more of a delay through on YouTube. I think overall the closest you can get on YouTube's a little bit slower than the closest you can get on Twitch, unfortunately. But
yeah. All right. So
but hey, good to hear you doing better, buddy.
Ah, there we go. That's much better. Now I can actually see things.
Yeah, that's the other trick, because with I can see it on OBS. That's the other thing I liked about the OBS, the 28 update on OBS, is so before, for some stupid reason, you couldn't I couldn't get the chat bar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To actually chat into OBS and send chat into YouTube. I could only see it in OBS. I had to go into the studio and do that. Now I can actually chat in. Yeah, we miss you too, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna get some stuff going, trying to corral some more of the old crew together, and then try and build up, a bit more of a following here. And
we need to get Sith. What are you doing? We'll have to chat about December 23rd.
Third, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Airing of the grievances.
It's a Festivus for the rest of us.
That's
we're
right.
We're gonna try and start a tradition to make Festivus the official, non-official holiday, because we got one guy on one side of things that actually celebrates holidays. We got another guy on the other side of things that doesn't celebrate holidays. So how about we celebrate a fake holiday? Well, I think it actually kind of someone tried to start it up, but yeah, it's not exactly, but it's not like a federally or nationally recognized holiday.
Not in any way.
why not make Festivus the official kind of celebration of the holidays?
That's right.
For the podcast.
Starting here.
Yeah.
We're gonna make Festivus the official YouTube holiday.
Festivus
starting here on getting worked.
Yeah, Festivus for the rest of us.
Yeah,
for all of us. Yeah, we're like I said, December 23rd. We'll figure out in that one especially. We'll get a time that we're starting, and we'll be blasting out shorts and a bunch of stuff and then maybe we can do kind of a good kind of rundown of what Festivus, a video on what Festivus is, how it's set up, and talk about the Seinfeld thing, and how it all kind of got built up from there. And I got a lot of problem with you people, and we're gonna talk about it. Airing of that stuff, that's my favorite part. That's my favorite part. I'm gonna tell you what.
I'm gonna get the poll. I have to figure out.
We're gonna get the aluminum pole. We're gonna get the aluminum pole. But we're gonna have
feats of strength. I'm looking forward to the feats of strength too. I'm looking forward to what comes up. See, because we need to put the feats of strength near at least a few hours into the stream, because it'll just be much more interesting by that time. My problem. Okay. See, now the only thing I can say is that even with my old ass, I get stronger the drunker I get. That's what I was thinking. And you also get much more. Everybody does, much more. I can do that. Hey, hold my beer. There's a reason that hold my beer is the phrase.
Because he's already been through about 23 of them.
Those already.
And that's the 24th
Yeah.
one that he's getting someone to hold on to
exactly,
for a
yeah,
second.
Yeah,
As he proceeds to get all the hernias. Like every place you could potentially get one, it's all just.
I can do it. Yeah. That's
But what I would love to be able to do.
Streams from here on now laying down. Why are they?
What I'd love to be able to do, and what I'm trying to figure out, we may have to do, like, especially even like this first one, back on Twitch, because there's more like little like mini game kind of things you can do on Twitch.
Right.
And I'm wondering if we could do like a thing between like where you could like have a thing between like, and people put in like channel points to do like an arm wrestling thing like on stream or something. I don't know if that exists. I don't know if that exists, but if it does, it'll exist on Twitch before it ever exists on YouTube, at least right now.
Sure.
But that would be hilarious. Or just something, or like have like a thing where you could like put in like points and then have like you hit the hammer on the thing and the thing goes up and maybe it hits the bell, maybe it doesn't.
We're gonna have to do something.
We'll have to find what we can do there.
Planning. Yeah, for sure. We're gonna do some
kind of game.
Yeah,
even if it's something I could put up on the screen, on the main screen, and have running up on the screen to kind of put up.
Right.
Now that we could do, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch or whatever. But still, that would be pretty cool. But just some way where we can kind of get the chat and like kind of the chat involved with it, and then pipe that through somehow. That would be pretty slick. So yeah, we're looking into that. There's gonna be an aluminum pole between our screen, like our cameras.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna have sitting there.
We're gonna have that.
We're gonna have.
Sure.
We're gonna have.
We're definitely gonna get that.
Costanza's dad's picture. Oh, what I could change all like the follow emote, like all the follow like alerts and stuff. Oh, yeah.
We're definitely We're, this is gonna be.
This is gonna be a whole thing. I got a month.
Hey, so by the way, just I would completely do the worst like transition of all time here.
Okay.
Just because Sith popped on. How are you feeling about your Warriors, man? What's going on with your Warriors this year? They got old so fast. They got so old so fast, man. Yeah.
Just hush.
Hey, that sounds like I'm making fun. Look, they're the defending champs. They've won championships since my son has been alive. So my Bulls have not. So I can't say much of anything. I'm making fun, but I'm not really making fun. But they did get old. They got old fast.
This is
Real
where
fast.
I don't have a dog in the race on whether the Warriors win or lose. This is where Steve Kerr really can start to show himself as a coach.
Earn his money.
Because if you think about like, especially as playing for Phil Jackson for all those years, but then not just playing, but then also being a student assistant coach under Popovich.
Yeah,
you think about that.
I think more so than Phil.
Oh yeah, but I mean, but still, you can't say he didn't learn some tricks from the old what do they call him, the guru or the sensei or the shaman or whatever the hell,
the Zen master.
The Zen master, that's the one.
Yeah. I'll tell you though, you know what? I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I know this is probably where you were going, but I'm gonna back it 100%. I think Steve Kerr is going to show, or has shown, he's already shown his Phil Jackson. He's already done that. That was the championship years.
Right.
Those years where they were rolling them out and they were the best team and they had the stars and they were just going to roll out there.
And relatively quick success.
And quick, boom, 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 everybody right together. That's Phil Jackson. That's where Phil Jackson shines.
Right.
Where Pop shines is when a team is aging and finding the transition piece to the next generation, to the Kawhi Leonard, from the, well, actually, remember, what's the real Southern? He talks like this. He's the real Southern with the really wide mouth. Avery Johnson.
Avery
Johnson.
Johnson.
I was trying to remember. I was like, what is dude's name?
San Antonio point guard. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about something. I'm gonna tell y'all something right now here.
Yes. You got him. He transitioned from him, who was a really good point guard. He transitioned to Tony Parker.
Exactly.
Was it Sean Elliott? Who I forgot even played, to be honest with you. Sean Elliott from those early championships into the eventual Kawhi Leonards and ones like that.
Or even like Bruce Bowen's, or like in a way, kind of like that Bruce Bowen and Manu Ginobili kind of came in and kind of helped to fill those spots. But also even like earlier than that passing of the torch between David Robinson and Tim Duncan.
Absolutely. That could have been a huge battle. Because Robinson had been the not grizzled vet at that point. He was older. He was definitely in the decline, but he wasn't finished.
Because they had it wasn't. I mean, they had a pretty decent run with Robinson and Duncan as a tandem. It's like that Twin Towers tandem there.
I'm stopping to wonder. Did they though? When did Robinson retire?
I can't remember. Like, I want to say,
like my memory says he retired after the '99 championship.
Was it? But I want to say, did they at least have 2 years?
I don't think they did.
No, they only had one.
I'm sitting there. I'm gonna look that up because now I'm sitting in my mind. You can't trust your memory. it lies.
No, I mean, and you're right. You're 100% right. Trust but verify.
Yeah. I completely remember it. Yeah, no, I don't.
It's just at least at the time when it came through. I mean, that was probably one of the most threatening front courts.
They won two.
Okay, yeah, they went 2 years. That's what I thought. I thought they at least went 2 years.
They won 2 championships. Because what I was trying to remember was the Lakers. I'm like, the Lakers come in there and run the show there for a little while.
No, I wasn't talking about I wasn't talking about how many championships they had. I was trying to figure out how many years did they play together.
Oh, years together?
Years together.
Looks like 4.
Okay, that makes more sense to me because I remember it not being like a one and done type of scenario. I was going to say it had to be at least 2, but because I just had in my head at least 2 seasons. It's probably those 2 championship seasons is what's in my head.
And that's what I was trying to remember. I was like, it's something with 2, but I can't remember.
Okay,
I remember
they had a pretty good run
championship. But I couldn't remember that he had 2. So,
but back to Golden State. This is where Kerr, if you think about kind of that longevity, if you're playing the long game, and Kerr's a relatively young coach.
Oh yeah.
Right. So if you're trying to think about like kind of that long game, think about like the Belichick's of football, and Popovich is like the 3 is like Belichick, Popovich, and Coach K. Those coaches that just have that long pedigree and that resume developed, and they might go spans of years with no championships or subpar teams, and it's like no, I'm not done. And I remember I told you that quote that Pop always had in his office. Remember this pain because someday it will be useful to you, right? And it's it's that kind of mindset. It's like, no, this isn't the end.
It's temporary,
right?
This is just where we are in the story.
And
we're not in the good part of the story right now.
No, but it's like I'm not done. I'm not done.
Well,
and if Golden State pays attention to that,
in that same they're in that transition period. Because when I say they got old fast. Draymond's been old the last couple of years. He could just turn it on.
How long have they been at it now?
Yeah. We always think, in my mind, I'm like, the Warriors, they're young. It's a young team.
No, they've been at it for a while.
They were young.
They didn't get old fast. They just got old.
No. Time just passed, people.
Time went fast. We're older, so time goes faster. Time. They didn't get old fast. They did not.
Clay got hurt.
Clay got hurt.
Here's how I say time goes fast. In my mind, if I'm just thinking of the Warriors dynasty, things like that, because I think you should call them a dynasty. People argue on that. They're a dynasty. They're not like the Bulls, Lakers, Celtics back in the day, but they've
Not
ruled
yet.
for about, but only because I think we're in the present as opposed to looking back.
Well, I'm
Like,
also
it's
thinking about
always-
looking forward. I'm kind of
Yeah.
thinking more along the lines of let's, and again, I guess I'm aligning it more to say like a Popovich did at San Antonio or Belichick did with the Patriots. It's that, okay, now this squad here, they had their run of success. Then you might have like a 4-year span where there's not much going on there. Then they might get like a championship and then have like a year or two. I'm kind of thinking about kind of like that kind of run and the potential of being
We're
able to put
defining
together that kind of
dynasty
run.
differently. I'm talking about from a player point of view, because you're talking transition where you now
See,
you're talking franchise.
I only think about dynasty from a team perspective, like an over, like the, and I guess even more so from a coach's perspective as part of that team.
And I'm seeing it from a player perspective, as in
See, players are
together.
like
Players
players
come
are
and go.
transitive. Players like you get like they're shot in the pan. They're nothing.
But that shot in the pan during their time, if they can survive, that's where because otherwise the Celtics are just a one-time dynasty. You see that's where
Well,
I'm
I
thinking
mean,
as far as
like
that means
Boston,
that whatever
like,
happened back
yeah, they
in
had their dynasty.
20s,
They had their dynasty, and then but at some point in time, then they had their pop around 2008. But other than that, I mean, the thing about like really defining a dynasty, it really kind of comes down to the question: what have you done for me lately?
Oh no,
Absolutely. And then that's a moving goalpost, because then it becomes, wait a minute. Oh, now they fooled around and got a championship, and then they maybe they might have like an off, like I'm thinking, like, for me, like,
so
dynasty, it's all about the long game.
Sure. And I get that, and I get that but I guess the long game, as far as, because I'm looking at sections of time where teams that people will look back when they're telling the story of the NBA, teams, and it's players that make the team. It's not I get the franchise thing, but it's players that people remember. It's not, it was the Celtics. No, it was Larry Bird. It was Bill Russell. And I'll keep using the Celtics. I don't know why I keep using the Celtics. They're actually probably like one of my least favorite teams.
But they were, I mean...
But you can't tell the story of the NBA without talking about them, right? The Lakers, you can't tell the story of the NBA without talking about it. You can't tell the story of the NBA without talking about that guy from Chicago. So there are certain teams and players and moments in time that you just have to
Sure, but like collectively, and this speaks to the point of whether Kerr as a coach can really effectively put together, like, really put his stamp and his mark as like what really defines a strong coach. And ultimately, what really defines a strong coach does kind of come down to that: do you actually build up a dynasty within your coaching run? And then from there, it's
your dynasty.
Okay, so my definition of terms is that you can only have one dynasty.
Gotcha. One.
Now, if you look at Popovich's run, like the course of his career, and you look at the different wins that he's had, right? And the fact that he had, and again, it's that, and it gets to the point of, again, that test for Kerr here. Can you maintain through the bad years to then turn around and get other back-to-backs, be in contention for a finals here, but with, and this is where I'm talking about, from me, thinking about like dynasties of teams, and then also like dynasties of coaches. Yeah, the players are important because they have to be the ones to get the wins, but ultimately they become a footnote in in the overall, like, the legacy and like looking at the dynasty itself. Because again, the initial point of the conversation was talking about Kerr in his position, and then especially from like the placement of like him being an acolyte and a mentee of Popovich. Is he capable of surviving and roughing through the hard times and then turn around and put together a run here with a completely different set of players, and maybe some overlap here and there, but then again another, okay, those players go and play with other teams and maybe they get championships elsewhere, blah 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 blah. That's why, to me, again, when I said like the players are irrelevant, because the individual players could potentially go off and do something else. But when you look at like a dynasty, that's where you talk about teams and you talk about coaches.
So right? I hear completely what you're saying. What I feel like that's more of a our break, as far as what we're saying similar things, but kind of our biggest difference is, from my perspective, it sounds like you're saying more, you're talking about I'm conceptualizing, breaking it down, probably maybe too much. You're talking about a coaching dynasty.
Yes.
It feels like.
Yes.
As opposed to, I think we're using dynasty and forgetting the first, tacking on a adjective in front of it to say what we're, because I'm saying like a dynasty for players, so player dynasty, and then a coaching dynasty.
A player has a career.
They do have a career, but with championships and everything like that, that becomes, and I don't mean a player, I mean a group of players. So anytime you talk about a dynasty, you're never really talking about what I'm
see, like, to me, so, and again, I'm
not
also
talking about one player,
right? But
I'm never talking about Jordan wasn't winning 5-6 championships because he would happen to be there. It was Scotty, it was Dennis, it was Horace.
Sure.
So I think that seems like because coaching dynasties, you're right. I don't know anyone. Okay, Red Auerbach. Okay, let's pause and look at the greatness where it exists. But in the modern era, Pop, it's hard to get
for the NBA. It's and that's the thing,
totally
is
NBA, completely NBA.
So because we're getting an opportunity from a coaching perspective to kind of start to, like, and it's hard because you had I'm losing the name. It's part of the Lakers, now is over at Miami. Riley. Pat Riley. He was probably the closest. But when you look at the course of Popovich's career, you have kind of that level of a legacy, because it's like, for me, because like there's legacy and then there's dynasty. Dynasty takes time, like
absolutely
ridiculous lengths of time. And so, like, individual players and maybe even collections of players, like, to account for a team, ultimately within the confines of the definition of a dynasty, they're a blip. They have to be. They have to be a blip.
And let us know what you think. So This is where Jarret and I are going to just completely disagree right here. So not completely disagree. Jarret is going dynasty at the highest of level and saying you have to be, up here.
Well, I'm just kind of thinking about from the textbook definition of dynasty.
And so, and that's not what's used, though, as far as, so if in that case, would the Chicago Bulls be a dynasty?
No.
They only had 6 good years.
No, they wouldn't be a dynasty. They have right. That doesn't mean they don't have a legacy, but they're not a dynasty.
Right. So really, you only have 2 dynasties: Lakers and Celtics.
and the San Antonio Spurs.
The Spurs. When did they come to existence? If we're going like overall, they've only had 5 good years.
No, it's not. It's not. It's so it's the, if you think about the time. So let's put it this way. You can take the coach out of it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me ask. Not maybe the Celtics, or the Celtics, not the Celtics. I see the Bulls just played the Celtics. So that's why they're on my mind. That's where we were going to go. That's why I'm like. But
also, I mean, it's they're a good representation of what I would call a dynasty. Yeah.
So, but what about? Okay, so would you, in this scenario, do you call the Warriors currently, today, as of today, not possible future, what Kerr might do? Today, are they a dynasty?
No, they're the potential.
So
they're the potential.
Sure, you're right.
But no,
right,
they're not.
They're on the path. They're trending.
Yeah. They're not. They're not there. But they're not there.
They're not there. Okay.
See, I think the biggest thing is looking at, like, there has to be some kind of a contiguous connector. And I think, primarily for me, it has been the coach, but it doesn't technically have to be. Because if you have a team that has, let's say, over decades, and it's not so much, you talk about the number of wins. I'm talking more about how are they spaced out? And then also considering things like how deep into the playoffs did they get on certain runs? And then also, did they survive? It's also important to me to have spans of time where they didn't do shit.
They were down. Did they stay there?
But then they picked right back up again.
Right.
But then there has to be some kind of connector, either a player or a coach or something that continues the line within it. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you can't have it to where, like, you have a really, really good team, and then the coach and pretty much every player that was worth a crap left, and then they have some crappy years, and then you have a whole new coach and a whole new set of players, and then they pick back up again. No, that's not a dynasty. There needs to be a through line. There needs to be connector points between it to help carry it forward, so then you can see the connection between when they were good here, they had some crappy time, and then they got good again. And then, now, for a lot of times, especially in the NBA, one of the potential through lines there is a coach, because a coach has much more potential to be with a team for a long period of time, whereas players are going to age out.
Sure.
But I mean, you could still get 10 years from a player. It is tougher now to do that, and I think that's fair. And so you may have to kind of reevaluate the terms of it. Excuse me. And so maybe, I don't know, 10 years down the road, maybe we'll look at this current run of the Golden State Warriors and say, within a modern lens, it kind of qualifies as a dynasty, because you just don't get that longevity anymore. Fair enough.
Teams don't stay together. Players don't stay with.
But that's gonna be future us defining that. Right now, we're still within the confines of, like, Popovich just left the building.
Yeah.
And so to me, and Coach K, Belichick. You see what I mean? We still we're kind of now at this run now where we have the old guard, this old guard leaving, and then it's more of a matter of figuring out whether someone can come in and potentially pick this up and start to carry this forward. And then again, it may be something where, maybe it's not Kerr that is the connector. Maybe it's But I don't see Kerr. But I don't see Kerr going anywhere. But let's for example,
Sure.
let's say Kerr gets a job with another team, and then Steph is the one that stays with Golden State, and then is the connector piece. Picks another coach, another team, gets a championship, passes the torch off to somebody else because he'd have to at that point.
Yeah,
But then with that coach and then other people that he played with started to win again, and then Golden State actually has like a sense of longevity there, right? You see what I mean? But there's a connector point between being Steph Curry, and there's a passing of that torch. That's another way where a team could have a bit of a dynasty run there, because it's that you have that connecting through line there. And then obviously the team's not gonna look the same in 15 years than when it started. It can't.
I think really and truly it's just that we're just going with you're looking at it from the, like I said, and not right or wrong. Please let us know what you think in the comments. This is where I'm defining it more. It's not even player, because it's everything that's gone on. Because, and Lord, I thought I'd never quote this dude, but this Jerry guy from Chicago from years ago, I'm not even gonna give him his last name, but that Jerry guy that was a GM guy. Yeah, that dude, crumbs. Anyhow, him, where his moronic statement of, players don't win championships, organizations do. Okay, that was moronic. The concept,
especially if you're Jerry Krause.
Yeah, just
Riley could
You dumb lucked into Chicago, and yes, you drafted Scottie Pippen, and that is your best and only thing that you did good. You drafted Scottie and you drafted Horace. That's not fully true. That's me being a bitter Bulls fan. But the main thing, Michael was already there, so you don't get to count him.
Nope.
And so you went up and got Scottie.
He's
good job.
Pretty much the linchpin of
Yeah. So good job for you. So, but there is some moderate truth to that, though. It does involve the coaching. It does involve, especially then to a much lesser degree than it does now, the front office. Now, the front office is absolutely involved. 100%. The free agency, the way players move, the schmoozing that you got to do behind the scenes, quote unquote. Not that would ever happen, but the stuff that really goes on. All of that has to be so integrated. Where you're overseas, you're looking for any little minutia of talent anywhere that you can somehow, I can see it developing. So the front office is a lot different than it used to be. And back in the 90s and before, it was just different. So much more important. I see that much more of a true statement now, where it's an organizational period of time.
Sure.
And that's why and for that reason, I can kind of go, okay, in this period, this, globe of 10 years, 5 years, what 5 is a little light, 10 years. In these 10 years, you won 6 titles, or you won 4 titles, or you won 3, but you were there 5, that type of thing. Or you won 2, but you were there 6 of the other,
Sure.
You were always knocking on the door and stuff like that. I can't knock a team. I know you're not knocking them, but I'm going to use the Warriors just because they would fall outside of your category. And I would put them in for this kind of very reason. If you took out their last 10 years, the Warriors franchise is terrible. Like, it's the Warriors of us growing up, we barely knew they existed, much less that they played basketball. If you were, if my son will know the Warriors is like the greatest team of all time from his perspective, because like everything
until somebody knocks them off.
Until somebody comes around and knocks them off, they'll, oh my goodness, the Warriors just win every year. In football, every every kid that's born in the 2000s think the Patriots probably are the greatest team to ever.
Well, and now the Patriots are again kind of one of those runs where it's so.
But
it's like again from
growing up, I'm and we're not going to jump over to football. I'm going to say this, and let's probably jump over. Let's get back to what we were going to talk about. But the Patriots of you and I growing up were sort of the joke franchise.
Oh, yeah.
The one that was, the one with the Patriot that was on the white helmet with the blue and the hat, and he's down in the little 3-point stance and stuff like that. They were the joke franchise. They always lost. They were the team that got beat all the time. They were a terrible team, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, I mean,
they
think about the Spurs.
And then all of a sudden, Spurs.
Think about the Spurs.
Yeah.
Until you had Pop and Robinson, it was really that kind of duo.
We had Robinson first for a while,
right?
But it was like that was it. It was Robinson.
Yeah,
he's really good.
But then you got a really good coach, really running the reins, and kind of a generational coach, kind of one of those guys that it's just that span of time, and like for me, it's kind of the overall through line, and I think the important part is. Not so much because, like, to me, like, the front office doesn't even come into play. I could care less about, like, for me, like, as a fan from that perspective, when I'm looking at a dynasty. Now, if they're consistent and you could show that it was also where, like, yes, they did make good decisions, and especially if you saw, like, maybe it was like a family that owned the thing and they owned it throughout the whole thing and they made solid decisions, or back the hell out and let the people that knew how basketball was run, let them actually run it, like that kind of a thing. And then like the front office too, kind of okay, I'm smart enough to know what I'm not good at, I'm gonna hire people that are good at it and get the hell out of their way. That kind of a thing. And that's kind of what Spurs were, a lot of it kind of came down to like, ask Pop.
Yeah, that's over there. So we're going to go sit in our seats up here.
And so that also speaks, but also like the Patriots were also a kind of a similar thing. It's like, it was ask Bill.
Yeah.
So again, that's kind of where it's also, I think, a big piece to me about thinking about kind of, and again, I want to differentiate between legacy and dynasty, because dynasty is, it involves. And again, and the only reason why I'm backing off on this is because I think it will have to be redefined in the current game.
Maybe we'll do a stream or a video probably.
Kind of helping to think about this, because because I think that it's
accidentally.
We did. It was the whole Golden State question.
Yeah,
because
right.
Because let me wrap this back to my original point about this whole thing, is that Steve Kerr right now has an opportunity to be starting a dynasty, especially if he stays with the Golden State Warriors. Though if, let's say, he moves off to another team and is then able to continue a level of success, let's look at Phil Jackson. Let's look at what he did in Chicago, then what he did in LA. I think from a coaching perspective, Phil Jackson is within his tenure and his career, was able to build up what I would call like a mini dynasty in and of itself. especially since he was able to do it in 2 different teams and to be able to build up a run of championships. I would argue that Jackson was able to set up his own kind of dynasty within himself. It's a different thing between like with Pop or Coach K or Belichick, because he did it with 2 different teams, whereas they did it with one team. It was one team. Exactly. Regardless, front office, 5 billion people could have been fired and hired in the front office. I wouldn't freaking know, and I wouldn't freaking care. Right?
Right.
It was Pop and the Spurs. Boom.
But Pop was also a lot. Does Pop have the GM title?
I don't know.
So
I don't know.
I think is the front office.
Well, but I mean, it would, like I said, it wouldn't, like, literally whoever was named GM would have just been Pop's gopher.
Sure.
Sorry, I mean, but I think he should have been, and I think Well, did he have that in LA? I can't remember. I think Jackson had a similar kind of.
He definitely didn't have it in Chicago.
No, not in Chicago, but I think in LA, even if he didn't officially have it, he pretty much had the role. But if you look at Belichick wasn't the GM, but
no.
The first point of decision was ask Bill.
Exactly. What do you think of this player? I think that you should ask Bill about it.
That was it.
Right.
That was it.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, come on. I mean, when he was over in LA, when Phil Jackson was in LA, but to get him over to go to LA in the first place, other than the fact that he was banging Jenny Buss.
I was going to say that might be a different reason.
But I think he had, if not on paper, had very much carte blanche around, and even before like Krause decided to get his because his ego got in his way is really what it was. Really, it boiled down to, okay, all right, let's talk to Phil and Michael. That's when they were winning. That's when things were going good, right? It's fun. Yeah, it's funny how that, it's and then somebody turns around and gets a stick up his ass, and then things go to shit. We know the history. It's already written out, Nick. It's sorry, but you know what? we're talking in past tense here, buddy. But I think there's an interesting look at what are dynasties or true to form dynasties possible now. Are those long runs of things even possible now? And that's where I'm saying
runs are almost 10 years or less. As weird as that is, like, you can't. Pop is a dying breed.
Potentially, yes. Yes. And that's what I'm saying. Kerr has, at least right now, because it's still yet to be written.
Sure.
But looking at if you look at the nature of that dude and his just overall, he's naturally like Pop in the sense that he can be just superhuman in his stoicism.
Sure.
But then also at the right time, just like a bottomless pit of fire, and
or levity when needed. You got to be able to,
all of it. He has all of it, and he has the basketball smarts to back all that up. So I think that if anyone has a chance, and again, the fact that I think that the Golden State Warriors team overall is run by sane people, which that does help. Really helps. Chicago, really helps. And I think that Golden State, if they keep Kerr in place, and Kerr is actually able to push it forward, and then they're able to figure out when they need to make decisions for right now, and then figure out when they need to make the decisions for the future. And I think right now is when they need to start making decisions for the future.
And the best part, I will say, and then we'll get into Chicago and talk about them. I will say about them, I think they've done a really good job of setting themselves up. They've been thinking about the future. Draymond probably doesn't like it, but they have been thinking about the future. They never signed Draymond to this.
He's just not part of the future.
Contract.
He's just not part
of the future. That's just flat out what it is. It's very clear.
Yes.
And quite frankly, he shouldn't be.
No.
I can get another Draymond. That's not to disrespect the man. He's a very good player. He's got lots of titles for it, and if I was
let's
GM,
put some credit. Let's put some credit on his name. He did it.
Right.
He did it. He's like one of those guys, like say like a Rodman or like one of those weird guys. He did it in a very unique way.
Yeah,
his skill set was very unique.
You need to score 30 to be a superstar, megastar, and you need to get 25 to be a superstar, and anything under 20 doesn't count. In that league, he's an important player. Yeah, he's an all-star. Right. So,
and again, now I'm just saying, but no. Unfortunately, he's not been the Draymond Green of old for a while now.
No, he's just old Draymond.
I think that they were, but also, you also have to think about it. It bears talking about the circumstances. When you look at that 2019 finals run where Toronto won, and just Clay going down, all three of them were wrecked at different levels, and then you had the pandemic, then you had kind of the pandemic kind of part two, and now we're kind of going into kind of the approaching the half of, we're kind of coming out of that, but for a good long time, it's like they were probably, it's one of two things. Either A, it helped in the sense that because of that 2019 run, I think 2020 was going to be horrible for them regardless. But the very fact that they couldn't come together and rebuild under normal circumstances. They couldn't come together and really like start to piece things together and pick up from the pieces of that 2019. They just got wrecked. Just the long years, absolutely. And it's just that the time that comes with trying to put those runs together. You talk about like Chicago. Could they won like 4 in a row, 5 in a row? That's rough. That's hard to do. That's a strain.
Hard to do now, and then it was. I'm not sure it was even possible then.
Because of just the toughness of the game.
Of it all. It was a tough game. Actually, defense was being played, and not just defense like I'm staying in front of you, but you go through the lane, you're gonna catch an elbow.
Yeah.
Or two or more.
Yeah, Ian and I were talking before stream.
You're gonna hit the floor
about this. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Ian and I were talking before stream about just kind of the hardness of the game, just the physicality of it, and just you knew when and again the reason why after that Pistons loss, first thing Jordan did was start lifting weights and hitting the gym, getting some pounds of muscle on him, and was like, I'm going to go up and I'm going to body you dudes, and you can come in and you can start coming in with them elbows. I'm just going to bust right through them. Because that's what he had to do, and
the Pistons made him that.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, but it is again. We're talking about.
I'm not saying anything. I'm staying off topic.
The story's been written, man. He did it, but he did it. That's the thing. He did it.
No, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that even now though, just the strain on the game's faster. The torque on your, like, just again, like I would ask anyone who hadn't seen, if you're just used to watching basketball from the TV side, I look at the broadcast camera view, or even if you've only ever watched it from like the high seats of it, I would say, look, watch like the folks that actually get like the iPhone views from like the front rows or close to the front rows, where you can see the speed these cats are going just to get open.
Sure. Yeah.
The torque on your body, they didn't have to do that in the 90s.
No.
See, it's a different physicality, and it's a different kind of thing. And so you wonder why Clay's legs busted out on him. You wonder why KD's legs busted out on him. Steph, who in his own way is a bit of a freak of nature, it wasn't his legs, it was like his hand.
Remember, but to be fair,
but Steph had his ankle.
Steph Curry though went early. Yeah, remember Steph was hurt. It was that
early
was
on,
not the joke. But the question was going to be, are you too little and brittle? Where he rolled his ankle every other week or so. It seemed like he was out for half a season, his first 2 or 3
early
seasons.
On. Yeah. And then he probably did kind of his own version of a Jordan thing. He kind of figured out how to strengthen that stuff up, how to work, how to run, how to shoot,
and limber up,
and all that stuff. And then before you know it, he's shooting from the half court like it's nothing. But like that. But again, just that torque on your body at that speed to be able to stop on a dime and then maneuver around just without the ball. Like you're just positioning. You don't even have the ball, and you're doing all of these things, fighting off of screens, going off of this. Especially right now, again, it's a slightly different kind of physicality with these staggered screens.
Right.
The individual screens are not as hard, but you're dealing with more of them.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Especially in succession.
Even underneath the basket, you're getting screens set.
Yeah.
That wasn't a thing back in the day, right?
No, and it's a very weird, it's a different kind of a thing now that these guys are kind of working with. And again, especially with the biggest thing I think about, and again, this is where, like, for me, the guy who had his knee blown out on him, I look at that shit and I'm like, ouch. Ouch.
Right. Not all of that.
Just all, like, pain. Any kind of, I see anybody could put any kind of torque on their knees, I'm like,
see, okay, that's me with my ankles. I can't watch. You know how they like, let's zoom in on this person as they roll their ankle. I'm like, let's not.
Oh no, let's not. No,
anything else.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll man up here. I'll watch it. I'm gonna need a bucket. That's where I am with knees. It's like
not my ankle.
That's why I'm with, that's where I am with knees. Yeah. It's with me. It's like, all right, you want me to sit here and do this? All right, you know what? I got you, man. But you give me a bucket first, because I can't control that. It's just like that. I feel. I mean, and just seeing these guys doing this stuff, just the torque, and but also it's like the physical medicine, the whole kinesiology of things have been improved. Diet's been improved. Also they're making more money now than they were, I mean, you look at how much money, average NBA player is making back when Jordan was playing, and you look at what they're making now, it's like, holy freaking crap, it's the money's all over the place, and they've got all the things in place for them, but still it's like that's still kind of what you need kind of at a baseline. They're still having to.
The baseline just moved.
Exactly. The goalpost keeps
average.
It just keeps getting.
It's here now. It was here because the travel was still there, but you're on a luxury liner. You're on your team plane that
But
is taking you there instead of you're hopping on a bus and stuff like that.
You're still, and now also again, I think that also plays into how so many players get so quickly removed from reality too.
Sure.
They end up completely just, they get into this schedule that just, how to piece all these things together and make things work. And Bones Highland, I watched a couple shorts where he was like, right now, like right now, the JJ Redick podcast, I can't remember what it's called. He's got probably one of the best basketball podcasts on YouTube right now, especially for like interviewing guys, like old, like people that play before, people that are playing now. Because he was talking to Bones, he was talking to Halliburton, he's talking to a lot of different guys, and it's a really great podcast to get a sense of what these like either current players or former players are thinking about the game.
3, I think it is.
Old Man and the 3. I think you're right.
And the 3. Yeah.
I think you're right.
Something about some version of that.
Yeah. That sounds familiar. But if you look up JJ Redick podcast, it'll show up because he's obviously
that's what it is. The old man. I was trying to picture the logo. Yeah, the Old Man and the 3.
Old Man and the 3. Probably one of the best basketball podcasts. There's plenty of like. Now, I don't want to diminish a lot of the other like straight up YouTube creators out there too.
Sure.
Alex Hoops, Rusty Buckets, Thinking Basketball, Johnny Arnett, not related. Like casts like that out there doing their thing. They're doing great work too. But JJ obviously, as a former player, has that connection, and he's able to come in and bring people in. And he's a surprisingly good interviewer. Almost kind of like Joe Rogan in that way. People like knock Joe Rogan for like some of his takes and stuff like that, but where Joe Rogan's at his best is where he's being like a top-notch interviewer, letting the person speak and then being able to like ask a question that then in turn helps them to carry on into another section and that kind of thing. JJ's it absolutely is. It absolutely is. And JJ's very, very good at that. And I think a part of it because he knows the game, like he knows it, he knows it inside, and so yeah, he's got one of the good ones. But anyway, I'm sorry, he's got clips of people talking about the game, and now I'm trying to remember where the hell I was trying to pull that together from. What was I talking about before I pulled up the podcast? Because I started because I watched so many of them. But as far as like understanding he was talking about the scheduling and the different things like that. And it was from a short that I first saw. He was talking to Bones Highland, who's on the Denver Nuggets right now, and he was talking about his rookie year, he got completely lost. And the biggest thing was he was trying to figure out he realized he's like, no, you got to get your schedule down.
Right.
You got to get get it. And your routine and everything, you've got to get it nailed down and be committed to it.
Sure.
Just to survive, and it's that kind of a thing. And I mean, I see it with like my work now. It's you think about it, if you look at the people that are not just surviving but like thriving and actually really like moving ahead, is because they've got their stuff set up. It's like they're relentless with their their calendar, and it's like boom, boom, boom. I'm doing this. I've got this. Kind of got like your morning routine down. got all this going in, and you just get that stuff just nailed down, because you have to be able to get yourself in a mind space to even be able to like even begin to even
to that
hope that you can swim with the fishes, much less the sharks. And that's where you figure out whether you're potentially a shark or not.
Yeah.
But you're never going to get there if you
am I.
don't. But you don't get to the point where you can get into those waters and actually be able to figure that out. If you don't get all of that, you got to get it all just locked down
in the shallow end of the water.
Exactly. You just get it all locked down. And Bones was talking about that. And he's a young kid. And he's talking about it. He's like basically he was like, I just sit there and I just sat down and I talked to Joker, because Joker's got he's like Joker's got things down to like he's militant about his time and everything else and where he goes and how he goes. And he was saying something like Joker, this is kind of an off comment from him, but like Joker's Joker's from like Serbia or Croatia or like one of those countries, right? And he's got like a lot of brothers. Who became
famous. Was it last year? Became famous because they were gonna hit up.
Well, this is something.
Twins.
Morris, one of the Morris twins.
Yeah, the Morris. Yeah.
So, and the reason why I bring up where he's from is why this statement will make sense. Joker's his brothers, are his security detail.
Yeah.
Like legitimately.
Yeah.
Because they're from a country where everybody has to know how to take care of themselves.
Yes. Should things break down?
Well, because it always will break down. Like that's Tuesday.
It's always broken down. It's
they are actually his security detail. And like in points time where like he will go to places and it's like so like where all that shit came out and then like his brothers were like dropping into like the Twitter and all that stuff, and like other folks were like awesome. And then like people in the know were like, dude, shut up.
You saw how fast the Morris brothers, who were in the moment, you know how much clapping back that NBA players do at each other. You know, Mr. Cellophane Kevin Durant would, you know how he is.
On Twitter, I'm a rock star, you know.
Joel Embiid, all of that. Yeah, all of that. And especially for guys who are supposed to be the tough guys, it's one thing for stars to back off. That's a little different. But for the guys that are supposed to be like the quote enforcers in the league, which is what the Morris brothers sort of in this
I think for most of the league, they can kind of they can be that.
The guys when they run into somebody that's really about that life, not any of this like on screen. Hey, we're gonna fight and don't. Dude,
don't forget it. Nothing about fighting. Nothing about fighting. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what would have happened. I'm gonna tell you what would have happened if it really went deep. One of them. And it would have come down to who they could have got a hold of quicker. One of them would have been rolling out someplace, and it wouldn't have mattered who they had with them. They'd have had a black hood rolled up on their face, tossed into a van, and had their ankles and wrists tied up quicker than they could blink. And by the time, but I'm not done. By the time they got to the point where the black hood was taken off, the first thing they would have seen was an indescript room covered in plastic.
Yeah.
You don't. Yeah. F with these. You don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to your point, you saw how quick that just went silent.
They backed off that like so very fast. There was no. Yeah. It wasn't playtime anymore.
No.
That was a very different kind of a thing.
And see, that's the other thing. Like you look again, like, and you look, but also you look at what Joker did, right? Like Joker, like he's like, I'm here, I'm, and it kind of is like, yeah, I can be goofy, but it's like Joker's like, I can't afford to, I can't afford to get too deep into this shit, but I got family.
I can't.
Exactly.
John.
I can't get it.
Yeah.
I was never there.
I was never there. Just like the Godfather couldn't, he would never get his hands dirty.
I was never there.
I was never there.
I was never there. And
I'm sorry.
yeah, it's like it goes to these guys. It's like you start talking some shit. Start talking to these fools. Oh, like all these quote unquote soft European players. Well, yeah, the style of basketball is a little bit softer and all this stuff, but like even like Kukoc grew up in a war zone.
Yeah.
Like Kukoc grew up in a war zone.
Funniest. Yeah,
like
one of the fun, and we'll say this, and then this may be a good transition to talk about Chicago.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll take a break right after this.
Sounds good.
Part, and then we'll come back and talk.
Yeah, talk about Chicago,
some Bulls and stuff like that. But yeah, the one of the funny ones. I know you're building to this with Tony Kukoc back in was this 92? I guess it was. The Dream Team was all the rage, and one particular team from Chicago had two megastars in Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, who absolutely hated this kid from Croatia because their demented GM was talking about his being all the rage and was
by real no fault of his own.
Yeah, well, no, absolutely nothing to do with the kid from Croatia. This is Tony Kukoc we're talking about. Nothing to do with him. And if you've ever watched The Last Dance, they talk about it on there as well. As somebody who went through it as a Bulls fan, yeah, I hated Tony Kukoc. It might have taken until Cocoa Pops actually retired before I called him actually Tony Kukoc, to be honest. I called him Cocoa Pops for the longest time. That was I didn't. There was no love for Tony Kukoc. Let me just tell you. It took till it might have taken till maybe their last championship before I was like, okay, I'll give the whole name. Yeah, it was Tony Cocoa Pops. That was what I called him. That was his name. And Scotty and Michael absolutely despised him because of the GM. Nothing to do with the kid.
Yeah.
But he comes out and Jordan and Pippen are just like livid. They're just all over him. And he's a kid. He's 19, I think, at the time.
Yeah.
And here's his idols who he thinks he's going to one day be teammates with are just
no clue about the friction,
idea. He has
the drama.
No idea this is going on. He has real things to worry about, like where food's going to come from the next day. And perhaps there are bullets that may come through the wall at any moment in this house.
I got a funeral to go to tomorrow.
Because my best friend died yesterday. And tomorrow my brother might. Yeah, real stuff. None of this, fake NBA stuff. Battles and things like that.
Right.
That's what he was going through. And so he goes into the buzzsaw that's Scotty and Michael, and they absolutely clamp him. And after the game or later on, teams were like, or the interview media was asking him about the pressure that was, did you feel the pressure of, Michael and Scotty? He's like, pressure? What? It's a game. Like, what are you talking about? This is
which also speaks to his capacity to go to the Bulls, go and play, and even with whatever animosity existed within the team, and then like to your point, from fans, right? Because only thing they knew was.
You picked a side.
Exactly.
You sided with the players.
Sure, fair enough.
You sided with the people that, yeah.
But to then still go in and have the mental toughness to go in there and still actually be a consistently solid player and, actually really consistently play for the team, even despite all that stuff going on.
Sure.
Because I mean,
yeah.
you look back at Kukoc's career, he actually had a very solid career with the Bulls.
He did.
You know,
he did,
and
he was never. I in a weird way, we've talked about this before as well.
Sure.
Kukoc was one of those players. You look back, was ahead of their time. He was in the wrong time period. You put him in today's NBA,
you'd be stretch 4 and you'd be good. Yeah.
Yeah. But not good. Like he was good then.
Yeah.
Now he's star. You know what I mean?
Like absolutely.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like he's only elevating himself at this point.
And I mean, really, if the Bulls would have had, and then the league was kind of starting to kind of get there a little bit, like Detlef Schrempf and like you had some guys there that could if like the problem was also with the whole Krause trying to get rid of Scotty and all that stuff. And no, it didn't make sense to have Kukoc try and replace Scotty. No, Kukoc is an incredible player. He's not Scottie Pippen.
He's not Scotty.
But that's also not Kukoc's fault.
Well,
and he never
also does things
personally
can't do either.
Exactly.
And Kukoc Scotty wasn't the shooter that
personally
was either.
Personally was not trying to be Scottie Pippen. So if they had the wherewithal to position him, and it wouldn't even have to be at the 3, but you could have had him almost kind of be kind of
guard.
More of the first. Well, that, but also
he was a point guard in Europe.
So he had the ball handling skills and things like that. Imagine this. Imagine positioning Tony Kukoc as a preamble for what Dirk Nowitzki was, with better ball handling and finishing skills at the rim.
And a better overall athlete, just in general. He
Yes.
wasn't as big as Dirk. Dirk was
No.
7.
But I would argue I would argue that Kukoc could get the shots from the spots that Dirk was easily.
Sure.
Plus a much better finishing. You could have a guy that could be like a stretch 4 kind of at that corner position that could then also cut to the basket and be a finisher for you, and then also had the wherewithal to, because he played point guard, if things broke down, be able to make a solid pass out to the wing for an potentially, because he could be somebody that could then draw gravity. Because that's the other thing too. If they really would have reworked this thing, you could have had a freaking 3-headed Cerberus, like just freaking destroying things. Because then you'd have had Scotty, you'd have had Michael, and then you could have Kukoc coming in, and it's like, oh, you can't sleep on him. And he was able to do it a little bit, but they were never able to really kind of utilize him the way I think they should have.
He never was able to. Well, okay, I don't want to say never was able to. By the end of their titles, when Michael and Scotty game in, game out, all 82, back when stars actually played 82 games.
Sure.
That stuff, that's where Kukoc could start to shine a little bit more, where he got that ability to have some games where Michael and Scotty didn't feel threatened. Michael specifically, Scotty, I mean, rather specifically. Jordan was never threatened by him. He just didn't like him. That's the difference. Scotty was actually threatened by him.
Sure.
He had no reason to, because he was far better, and Krause was a moron. But that's why he was.
But Krause introduced it though. Krause introduced a legitimate threat.
He made him his boy. He made him his boy.
Yeah.
And as soon as that happened, Michael and Scotty, who already didn't like Krause.
No. And why would you? Why would you?
There's nothing likable about that man.
No, there isn't.
yeah. So there's absolutely nothing likable.
This wasn't even. This wasn't a situation where you could wholly fault Jordan and Pippen for being petty. Like Krause, and that's why I said wholly being petty.
Yes.
But Krause was a waste of air. Like,
Krause was the architect that put the team together and the architect that broke it down. Quite frankly, he's the one that ended the Bulls dynasty.
Well, because he wanted to be able to.
I built it.
Yeah.
I built it once so I can build it again. Idiot. Anyhow.
But no, I think yeah, we'll take a break. We'll take a break. My last thought on Krause. He's someone that caught lightning in a bottle and was too stupid to recognize it.
That's about right. That's about right. Yeah.
That
sometimes
really
you just be happy that you have. Look, here's lightning, guys. We gotta get on to this Joker as long as it can.
What do I do to help keep that lightning moving forward? That would have been a smart person's perspective.
No.
Krause was many things. He was not exceptionally smart. He got lucky.
Yeah.
That's it.
He walked into the right situation.
Yep.
He did sort of build the team, but it's like, yay, I built them. They're peaking. Okay, knock it down. I knock it down. No one said.
Yeah, but also look at the timing of these things. He had a Michael Jordan already there, and Scottie Pippen was on the freaking draft block.
Yeah, which he did. This is the only thing I give him credit for. He went up and got Scottie. Like, he went and got Scottie.
Fair enough.
He fell to a
fair enough.
Excuse me, anything like that. He went and got Scottie. Now, with that said, you still then just look to blow it up.
He thinks.
Let's go ahead and say. Let's take a break. Let's take a break right there.
God,
Otherwise, we're going to drag that out. I know.
Yeah, we will talk about the problems of one Krause all day, and it's Jerry. I was like, because Nick Krause is the current guy in the WWE.
Yeah,
Jerry Krause.
Khan.
Nick Khan.
Yeah.
And then Jerry Krause. Okay, good God.
Yeah.
I think I called him Nick Krause earlier, and I knew that wasn't right when I said
Jerry
it.
Krause is like, something about that is not right.
That wasn't right. That wasn't the right thing. Okay. All right.
Yeah, because in Chicago, it's the two Jerrys. It's Reinsdorf and Krause.
Right.
That was always the issue. So.
Okay. Yep. We will be back. And then we were going to talk about the current Chicago Bulls, and especially given it's Ian's favorite team, I figured it's especially a good point to kind of end off the stream and kind of talk about them and see where they are. And I think that they're a team that are an interesting point, especially around the trade conversation as we're starting to approach near the end of the calendar year and start to work up into the trade deadline. I think they could be a team that could be interesting in this whole conversation. But with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Getting Work with your boy Jarret. Back here with my boy Ian. We're hanging out here, and we're talking about my man's favorite team in the NBA. One Chicago Bulls. I'm gonna let you take it over, brother.
Oh man, my team. This is it's been a tough year so far. We didn't get off to the fast start that I was hoping for, but then again, we did get off to a fast start last year, and it crumbled completely after January. So we are. Let's see. Let me pull up just to make sure. First off, let me start with the positive news. We beat the Celtics again last night.
Yes, you did.
That was a lot of fun. The Celtics, for some reason, the Bulls match up extremely well with. And somewhere I know at some point somebody's going to pull this back. The Bulls are going to play the Celtics somehow in the playoffs and, get swept or something crazy. And somebody's going to pull it up. See, they don't match up. They match up really well with the Celtics. Celtics don't want any part of Chicago. Now, with that said, that's the fan briefly talking. We have problems. I know it's a little early to do the airing of the grievances, but as a Bulls fan, we have some grievances that need to be aired. The team, they're just dysfunctional is the wrong word, because that sounds so much more grave than it is. They're 7-10 right now. They win games that they were losing last year. So last year, the big story was how much they lost to all of any team with an over 500 record, any of the contending teams. Last year, they beat up on all the bad teams and couldn't get any of the good teams get a win versus them. Weirdly enough, they've actually been really competitive against the good teams, especially in the East so far. That hasn't been the issue. It's been all the other teams. They lost to Washington, man. I know that Jarret was a fan of the team, Washington, when he was here in Virginia.
Back in the day, and they still sucked.
Way back when it was the Bullets. Right? Yeah. Yeah.
We had a trailing Bernard King.
See, he went way back.
For a minute. Minute. And then we had like Googs. And then we had some maybe potential hope with Agent Zero. And then he pulled a gun out in he didn't shoot anybody, but he pulled a gun out in the locker room. That story is more interesting. That sounds more like an old school NWA wrestling story than like an NBA story. But that's really that's all we had.
We've lost to the Pelicans. I think we've lost to the Pelicans twice, if I'm not mistaken, and in blowout fashion. It's not just losing. It's not losing to because any team, any night, especially in the NBA regular season, that can happen. They get blown out just randomly against teams that they just flat out shouldn't get blown out against. They're very good. They lost to them. Just to sum it up, the Bulls have handled the Celtics a couple of times already this season. They lost one time to them, but even that game was competitive. The other two games, the Bulls pretty much controlled the entire game. So it wasn't even as close as the score may indicate, and the score wasn't really that close. Like the Bulls won by 14 last night. So, or night before last now, I guess at this point. But so the Celtics, it's not that the Bulls and they're able to beat the Celtics, they're able to beat certain teams, some of the better teams. It's just they're up and they're down. Zach LaVine 2 games ago against the Orlando Magic was benched. So Billy Donovan, Zach was in the midst of a 1-for-14 performance. He's coming off that big contract over the summer. He's got the weight of the big contract kind of looming on his head now. He's gotten it. He's signed. I'm talking as a fan right now. Everyone's waiting for him to earn it now.
Right.
I don't think that's exactly fair. I always think that's a little a little silly from even as a fan. I always find that a little bit silly. If someone offers me millions upon millions of dollars to sit here on YouTube perhaps and talk, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it quickly, very quickly. And if I'm worth it or not worth, like that kind of goes into something else. But I'm taking the money that somebody's giving me. So you are worth whatever the money is that somebody's handing you.
And especially, unlike probably, I would argue most YouTubers, you're also playing in a sport where the potential of you having a career-ending injury tomorrow is
Could
a
happen
reality that you
anytime.
deal with every single day.
Daily. Absolutely.
And
every time you
so-
go to the gym, every practice, forget games. As in, Allen
Practice?
Iverson. Not the game.
What are you talking about?
Not the game.
Practice?
Not a game.
I need to get that as a
Practice.
clip. I gotta
We
get
do.
that as
We
like
do.
I don't know
We do.
why. Why don't I have that as a clip? I'm sleeping. I'm sorry. Okay. So
Anyhow,
but
so
go ahead. Go ahead.
This is all coming off of not 2 games ago. Again, the Bulls lose to the Orlando Magic, and they're not any better than they've been. They're a bad team. They're young. They could get better, but they're not there yet. The Bulls lost to that team. And in fact, not only did they lose, they were getting blown out most of that game. The end of the game, they were able to make the big comeback. And so they ended up losing by 1. Quite frankly, they still could have won the game if Vooch had hit a free throw. Things like that at the end of the game but they were down 15 to 20 points most of that game. And weirdly enough, had it not been for Javonte Green coming off the bench and providing some energy to that team, they were dead in the water. They were just going through the motions. And that has seemed to be the problem with the team, except for games that they're playing one of the better teams out there. Which I kind of place a little bit of that blame on coaching. That that's always the easy one, right? You want to dump that all. Oh, it's the coaches. Coaches aren't doing what they're supposed to be. I want to put some of that on Billy Donovan. Billy Donovan he's one of those. He's so chill. He's so quiet, and we talked about this a little bit in one of our last streams as well. Go check it out. Where they have a lot of nice guys. Billy Donovan's a nice guy. Zach LaVine's a nice guy. DeMar DeRozan's a nice guy. Vucevic is a nice guy. Kobe, Pat Will.
Yeah.
They're all nice people. Like they're one of those. They're good. You seem like those are the people that you want.
Where's my Marcus Smart? Where's my Draymond Green?
You don't have that.
Where's my Pat Bev? Right?
Yeah. There's no agitator. There's no the closest agitator might be Andre Drummond, might be even Alex Caruso. He can be an agitator just because he's so aggressive and he's playing so hard all the time.
Right.
But he's a nice guy too.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, but he has at least aggressive. Drummond, I would say, yeah, he definitely has that in them, but he's also in a position in his career where it would behoove him to not make waves. He could be an
enforcer than an agitator,
right? And he could be maybe a bit of a
seems like the same thing, but it's not.
Yeah, but also I think maybe is if he's able to get maybe like another year there with them. I don't know what his contract is, but I'm also just thinking about like just the age and just his overall career and everything, and whether they move him or not. If he's able to get like a solid like kind of anchor there, he could be maybe kind of more of that locker room kind of role. But you need it on the floor.
I think he's. You see the importance of him just from on the court and probably behind the scenes as well. They are a tougher group than they used to be. Like last year.
He made that front court. His presence makes that front court at least potentially stronger because again, so
they're not going to get shoved around nearly as much. So last year we had Vooch. So Vooch was the center, and everyone after that was about 6'3". So
yeah, because Pat Will wasn't on the floor, you know.
Yeah, Will was hurt. P. Will was hurt, and so Javonte Green was the starting power forward. He's all of 6'3". Now he's an energy guy. You never have to question his toughness. You never have to question his energy. He will show up night in, night out, and play hard. He may be hurting you still because he can't hit a shot, but he's playing hard. He's diving on the loose balls. He's diving out of bounds. He's jumping on the first guy. He's running the court hard. You know, if you get a rebound, defensive rebound, he's the first guy up the court. He's doing all of those things.
Yeah,
which is extremely important.
First of all, because again, right now, I'm holding ESPN to their statements around heights and weights.
He ain't 6'5".
Are you sure?
He's not 6'5". He's not 6'5".
But how do you know?
I see him standing next to people. He is not 6'5". I mean, I hope he's 6'5". I hope he grew.
Well, again, I guess I'm working off a number in front of me, and I need.
I believe you.
You know how I play. You know how I need hard evidence in front of me. Also, shout out the fact that he went to Radford.
Exactly. Yes. Another Virginia boy.
Anybody playing out of Virginia, like UVA, Virginia Tech, even though Virginia Tech can suck it.
I was definitely gonna bring that. I was like, I'm not knocking Javonte. I love Javonte. Like as a Bulls fan.
I also bring these things up because I want ESPN to be holding to their own corporate, like their own general statements in their reportings, is that they're supposed to be not reporting heights based off of players in shoes anymore, and doing more work to actually, because the NBA is also
changed that, because it used to be everybody grew 2 inches as soon as they were drafted.
Because they would measure you in shoes. I'll look them up on the NBA.com as well, because for me, this is a sticking point, because it's this isn't wrestling.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly. You can't fluctuate greatly.
I want you to report the numbers accurately. So anyway, move on. But
let's say he's 6'5" for argument's sake. That's the number that's in front of you.
But still short for power forward, even in today's NBA.
Power forward is 6'5".
Yeah,
and he's not a stocky 6'5".
Oh, he's 200, 205, maybe even let's say 205. Weight's a fluctuation. I don't worry about weight as much, because that's going to fluctuate way too much
through the season. Absolutely. Yeah. No, but he's not a power forward. Even in today's NBA, he should not be playing power forward. Not any knock on him.
He's scrappy as hell.
His effort is there.
Yeah.
He is always, like I said, he's the only reason that the Bulls were even in the game against Orlando. When he came off the bench, Zach got benched. And that was a big thing. Zach did not appreciate that at all. And that may be, I hope, now this is the total fan in me talking, I hope that is the wake-up call, and for both Zach and perhaps Billy Donovan. Billy stood on a decision to bench Zach. You don't usually see that in the NBA. Your star player does not get clearly benched, especially if your team. It's one thing to get benched. Okay, hey, early fourth quarter, you're down 20, doesn't look like anything's happening. Bench everybody, bring in the bench players, and oh my goodness, we're back in the game suddenly. We're back into it. Great. Okay, now you bring in your star player to kind of finish it. That type of thing. That didn't happen. Zach sat very firmly planted on the bench. It was a very clear, and it wasn't the whole offense. It wasn't all 5 starters type of thing. It was Zach. He was 1 for 14. worst shooting stretch of it, or worst shooting game of his career. Now he immediately bounced back. They played the Celtics. Like I said, they won by 14, and it wasn't really that close, to be honest with you. The Celtics had some runs because they're a good team, but they weren't really in that game ever. Al Horford shot them completely out of that game. But the Bulls are in this weird transition period. I feel like they need to make a move.
Right.
I can't tell.
Right.
My biggest issue is always trying to tell, where does the fan in me stop? And yes, they need to make a move, but you can't trade for, Giannis. So, however, will you? I'm not a fan. It's not fantasy basketball.
Exactly.
It would be a lot easier if it was. Let me run that. I could do that. But,
well, and also, to be fair, where like fantasy basketball doesn't really represent things too, is because, and where maybe a fan may not quite think about things too, is that you also have to think about the overall team chemistry too.
Sure.
And just because you bring somebody in, and I mean, let's look at the Lakers in the late 90s. Just because you bring a bunch of stars in, especially if they're older stars, because that's who you can get.
Oh, you're talking about this is probably, what was it, 2004?
When was it when like Malone and Gary Payton and those guys? That might have been like
it's 2004.
Oh, that was 2004.
It's a
why did I think it was 2019? Who did they? Okay, they brought in some.
They may have done it a few times, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm probably conflating the names, but I'm
thinking of like
LA.
Karl Malone.
No, you're right. That's who I had in mind, but somehow I had it. In my brain, I had it in. It might have been in
03 or 04, but it was 2003 or 2004, and I may have that number, but it was right at that point. The only reason I can remember that is because it was the Lakers were going for their 4th title in a row, and that was a big deal. As a Bulls fan, I didn't want to have anybody getting 4 in a row and claiming they were the best team of all time, because they weren't. So the Lakers, and they lost to the
okay, yeah, you've got it. Yeah, it's the 2003-2004 season.
Okay.
I didn't
was trying to pivot between those two.
No, and so my memory did not connect that Karl Malone run with the Lakers as the same year that the Pistons won the championship in 04.
Yeah. Mine did.
I did not connect that. This is where my lack of associations starts to, because I don't make the same associations to things,
man,
unfortunately.
I locked that in wholeheartedly.
I just remember that Pistons team.
I was gonna say, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I remember that year was the Pistons team, and then kind of some of the weirdness that was happening in the East that led to the Shaquille Dwayne Wade run. Was that 06?
Oh, right, where he had gotten sent to so
that was 06.
That was the but that was the moment, though. That was the moment that Kobe and Shaq were.
No, what I'm saying, but there was some there was some things that happened in the East that opened up the door for Shaq to move to Miami in the first place. And so I remember that, like, after Detroit won in 2004, and then I trying to remember the specifics of it, but like 05 was a weird year in the East. Who won in 05 in the East?
I want to say
I'm sorry.
Spurs.
Here's what I think it was the Spurs. If it's a weird year, it was the Spurs.
It's a weird year, and there was a hole, and I can't remember who won. It was the Spurs. It was always the Spurs. It wasn't like
It was the Spurs.
Back-to-back thing.
That's right.
Told you.
But there was a lot
Told
of
you.
weird because of it. It was because like there was on the east side of things. There was a lot of weird, like kind of crazy movements going on that then it opened up the door for Shaquille O'Neal to go to Miami.
Because does he get traded? Here's what I can't remember. Did he get traded directly to Miami, or did he go to Phoenix first?
Phoenix was later.
Okay. I couldn't remember that in my head to figure out where he ended up in Phoenix. I just remember
because by the time he went to he was busted by the time he went to he was
Phoenix,
busted.
He was busted, right?
Yeah, he was busted when he went to Phoenix.
I was pretty much sure of that, but I couldn't quite remember 100%.
Yeah, it was the beginning of the end. Now he had a run that's right. No, I'm sorry. It was that 04. It was that season. It was that exact season because he moved. So Detroit won in 04, and then it was the summer. That summer that Shaquille moved. And
no, it's not only just that, but remember who was a free agent that summer. And again, Bulls fan, history could have been so different. Sad. Pour one out for the homies. There was one Mr. Kobe Bean Bryant that was a free agent.
Right. Right.
And he had started buying some real estate in Chicago. The only person who wasn't afraid of a certain legacy that was in Chicago. Could have been so different. It could have been. The 2000s could have been a lot different. It hasn't been good for Bulls fans, let me just tell you. It's been a long, we're paying for all the greatness that was the 90s. And for anybody that's out there watching that is a Bulls fan that did not experience the 90s, I am so sorry, because 90s were great.
But it was great, but then also you have no idea of all of the inner workings and churnings and the deals with the devil that have led to the conflation of things. Now, also granted, a lot of that also boiled down to just unfortunate injuries of one Derrick Rose.
Yes, I was gonna say there was an opportunity. There was that moment. But we're not going to talk about the past. I know. This is about.
But it does help. It does help to set some context, at least a little bit, around where we are now, and with the Bulls, and so, like looking at just kind of let's talk about the team as constituted right now. Right, especially if people are maybe like casual Bulls fans, your take on the team as it stands, and also let me ask you this question because I think it also leads into the constitution of the team. How much of the team's woes, say right now, and maybe a bit of kind of some of the kind of finding themselves and kind of figuring out like the inconsistency, let me put it that way, is contingent around the fact that Lonzo Ball is out. Like your starting point guard is out and not able
he's
to.
Been out since January, basically.
Yes.
Last season.
Yes.
So he's coming up on a year. He's coming up on a year being gone. Yes, this team as constructed with Lonzo Ball is clearly better. Like that's obvious, right? You good player. I don't want to say great because I don't want to use the word great loosely.
Not fair enough.
I don't know that. Yeah. So I'm not trying to knock him by not saying great. He's a really good player. He really makes the Bulls, when he's on the court, makes them more dynamic. I do wonder and I'm trying to take, this is where my fandom versus own brain of how, the NBA actually works is sort of fighting, because it's not revisionist history. That's not quite the right term, but I remember how well things were going when he was on the court. But I don't want to overstate his value either. It's not like it's not like the Bulls are bringing back Giannis if he was there, or LeBron in his prime, or Jordan, or Michael, or any of. He's not that.
So
but he's sort of the engine that makes things work for the team.
There's that part, and let me clarify my question in the sense that maybe it's more of an impact on having someone who is very, very, very much capable of being a solid point guard on the floor. Not so much of like Lonzo Ball as like the superstar, just that not so much that perspective from a team dynamic perspective and who you have to potentially fill in right now, like the Sunmo.
That's what I was gonna say. So you have on the screen right there, if you slide everybody back one, basically.
Yes.
So Lonzo.
Yes.
If you put Lonzo into the starting lineup, Ayo DeSumo, who is super sophomore, all that good stuff.
But also like more of a defensive point guard than a floor general.
His 3-point shot has really fallen off.
And Caruso's
really
better coming off the bench. Kobe White's better coming off the bench. Dragic's older. He's been dealing with issues physically.
And honestly, he might be weirdly enough, maybe our best point guard right now.
That's what I'm saying. If he wasn't dealing with the health issues right now, he'd be your best bet as far as like just feel like being able to fill that. You need somebody to be able, whether it is your true to form point guard or a point forward or wherever it is, you need somebody that could be that floor general that can help to really drive the team and make sure everything on the floor is happening the way it's supposed to. And give Lonzo Ball credit. I think that he's highly capable in that role.
Oh, he's excellent. He's excellent at being the guy that makes the real guys go.
And what else do you want from? But also, he's solid defensively and has a decent 3-point shot in and of himself. Like you said, like no,
he's shot like 40%. He might be the Bulls' best 3-point shooter.
Fair enough, But like again, like you're talking about, like no, like not like not necessarily maybe like the quote unquote guy, like so clearly, but like he low key kinda is.
So let me
many weird ways.
Non-Bulls fan. Let me ask you as a non-Bulls fan.
Yes.
Because I'm not positive I can answer it without my fandom being involved.
Right.
Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. Those are our 2 stars. They'll take us as far as they can take us. Are the 2 of them, and I can't tell you which one's one. One is 1 and one is 1A, right?
Right.
That's sort of the plus and minus as far as that. Could you see the 2 of them leading a championship team? One of, or both, leading a championship. 2. They have to be together. Okay. They're together.
Okay. So, and this is why this is why I see Lonzo Ball being so important.
Vital.
Because no. LaVine and DeRozan together.
No. Right.
Levine and DeRozan together, just the two of them, no. But
with Lonzo,
and Vooch
and P.
Again,
Will.
I think that this is a team where you do yourself a disservice to look too hard at the individual trees. You got to look at the forest and see how strong it is together, because I think the fact that, you know, we talked about Patrick Williams. And you take your money and things like that. Okay, fair enough. But again, it's, you know, man, like potential, just pure raw potential. When I look at Ball, Levine, DeRozan, Williams with the potential, and Vooch with a backup of Caruso, Derek Jones, Green, and Drummond.
And Io.
Because he'd be there too.
I don't want that to sound.
You're right. Because I wouldn't even look at them. No, you're right. Yeah. You're right. Especially bringing him in to be able to really help to disrupt that offense, take Ball out, and then not to lose anything defensively, dude. I mean. And then with Caruso, with his engine, like Caruso's one of those, I love a guy, like every team needs a guy like Caruso. Just every team needs a guy like Caruso. Like this guy just is 100% committed to being the NBA. Like just, and will do whatever it takes, right? And to have him as that combo guard backup, along with a Dosunmu that you can bring in, and and Caruso, and again, they're a great backcourt dynamic because they fill each other's gaps very well. Because Caruso's that offensive firecracker, but also, I mean, not like he doesn't have the skill set, but you can't discount his effort defensively. But then you look at Dosunmu, who's such a he's like a freaking. He's like a Revis. He's like a Daryl Revis on the basketball court defensively.
He can lock in. I think that's a little bit of what his learning curve has been this year. Fair, unfair. He's been thrown into the starting lineup and been told to be Lonzo Ball.
Right. And he's not. It's
I don't even know that. I mean, he may be one day. But Lonzo
Fair enough.
Lonzo Ball now, or at least the last version that we saw of him, isn't what he came into the NBA in year 1 and 2 is either. I mean, remember he was shooting threes from the left side of his head, despite being right-handed when he came into the NBA.
But
the year 2, like he went from teens. I want to say he shot in the teens.
The biggest is
free throws and
his shooting need to catch up, but when you saw Zoe on the floor, you can see people coming on the floor that
his elite skill was vision.
And they know exactly where everybody is, and he also had that same defensive capability and motor and overall maneuverability, plus he's taller and longer.
Sure.
So, no, Dosunmu can't be quite that guy, but I could see like a Dosunmu. I can see a Dosunmu potentially being a much more well-rounded, but yet still as strong defensively as a Pat Bev. Which is nothing to laugh at.
No. He's probably trending to be a better player. He's only been a year and a quarter so far. He is trending to be a better shooter. At Pat Bev's height, he's going to be a better shooter than Pat Bev.
That's what I mean. He's going to be able to bring I think that the Sumo could be as good of a defensive player as Pat Bev.
Oh, easily. He's really long, really lanky.
Yeah, with much more on top of that.
Shot.
Exactly.
A 3-and-D without making that sound like a negative. Sometimes 3-and-D can be a negative thing. People are like, oh, he's a 3-and-D player. That's all he can be.
No. It's that, and
he can handle the ball too. He's a point guard.
Look at my boy Franz Wagner out in Orlando. Let's not get it twisted. There are dudes that are categorized as 3-and-Ds that can do much more than that. And I agree. I can agree that. But could you imagine that? But that. So to your point about, say, like Zach LaVine and DeMar. No, but. You put Ball back in that starting lineup. You move the Sumo back into the backing on the backup side, where he has the opportunity to sit on the bench and watch the game. Not just watch the game, listen to coaches talking about the game, and then also
he's excellent at that. He's a sponge.
Yes. Oh, he is. 100%. Yeah. This guy's upside is ridiculous right now, but that's what I'm saying. Having him off the bench with Caruso, and then you have like your Derek Jones, your Javonte Green, your Andre Drummond.
It's your all-effort team.
It's the forest. It's the forest.
You never question Io's effort.
It's the forest.
As Bulls fans, you never question Javonte Green's effort.
And if he's healthy. You need to, and again, we talked about this a bit when we talked about off streaming, and I were talking a little bit about kind of some of the dynamics with the old school Chicago Bulls, and we were talking about kind of those quintessential like minute 2-minute points, where the right rotation of a player could make all the difference. That's where Dragic comes in. Yeah, as a guy that can come in for Ball as an offensive general. Except for he's been hurt and things like that.
He's older. It's not. Yeah.
He's gonna use him as limited. Put him as limited minutes.
Yeah.
He's such a great architect on the floor. He's such a great old school point guard in that way. He's probably inherently one of probably the best pure playmaker the Bulls have right now. Probably maybe kind of some between Lonzo Ball and then I would say DeRozan after that. And so that's the other thing too, is that when you have Ball on the floor and a DeRozan with a finisher like the Veen, again, I think that it's the bits and pieces of this team that gives them potential, that gives them a chance. I would say my biggest issue is the potential of Pat Will as
versus the reality of him.
Especially people talk about his offense. My concern is more with the defensive side of the ball, because to me that's where Pat Will really brought value, because then otherwise you're dealing with Javonte Green. No,
he was special in his rookie year defensively.
Yeah,
it was. Oh my goodness, he's going to be able to be the stopper.
He was the next Kawhi. He was the next
Kawhi of the bigs and small forwards that are sort of big. And he's going to be Kawhi. He's that's why he's called the paw instead of the claw and stuff like that.
Right.
So, and he hasn't been.
Right.
Now, last year doesn't count. He was hurt.
Yeah.
It was a freak
and he's
accident.
coming back. He's coming back.
Down. He's been coming back for about a year and a half now.
True.
That happened in Game 5 of last season.
True.
He set off all last. He could have come back possibly for the playoffs. So the injury thing is no longer. It's just an excuse.
Right.
People are bringing that up.
Right.
He has it. It's the aggression. If you could somehow morph his ability and Javonte Green's aggression into one player.
Good God.
Now you have something.
I'll tell you what.
Been what
you want to know?
is.
You want to see a completely like freaky, like maybe halfway stupid and very much probably insane Frankenstein scenario?
Yeah.
Plop Caruso's brain and Pat Will's body.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because Caruso and Javonte Green aren't that different as far as their head.
No,
they know.
No.
The
They're simpatico.
I mean, this is
where again, where I see like,
them, but without this in their brain, they don't.
This is where I love. This is where I love like the sumo. Okay, take Kobe White out with his big ass afro. I'm sorry, I got no love for that guy.
No, he don't have that anymore. Man.
I don't care. I got no love for that guy. I got no love for that guy. I got no love for that guy. But you imagine like, so you bring Ball.
Wow.
The other thing about putting Ball in at the starting lineup, then you have a back court. You have a bench court coming in. Imagine like the minutes we have nothing but the second team in. You got the Sumo Caruso, Derek Jones Jr., Javonte Green, and Andre Drummond. Not like a dead stop, like holy shit backup. But I gotta tell you, that's pretty freaking solid. Their second unit has been better all season than their starters. And again. Yeah. This is where my issue is, where I'm going, is it coaching? Is coaching part of it? The team needs something. And maybe the something is Lonzo. I don't feel it's just Lonzo. It's Lonzo.
Like lazy.
It's Lonzo. It's Lonzo. It's Lonzo, and they need another big. They need another big. I was talking to you last year, assuming Pat Will was going to be solid. I was telling you last year that my personal take would be that they needed somebody that could be more of a slot in as a combo 4-5 guy. That could be a three-man rotation between them. Right.
Well, especially last year. Now, I will say the team, the way they're playing this year is different than last year. The biggest difference is with Drummond. So P. Will in the starting lineup, he wasn't there, and Drummond also wasn't there. So they didn't have anybody off the bench. Like the next guy off the bench was, if they went to a backup center, it was
Derek Jones.
Well, Jones was, maybe.
Tony Bradley.
Tony Bradley, that's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, who's still on the team. He's a stiff. Yeah. He's a person that he's got the height and size, but nothing else.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I would personally put Derek Jones in there because you have another guy that's all motor, just effort, and
everybody got hurt at the end of the season. From February on, everyone was hurt. Zach was out for a while. The only person that didn't get hurt was, knock on wood, DeMar. DeMar was the only guy that was like there the whole time. Everyone else was gone. Lonzo was gone for the rest of the season.
Fuchs was dealing with stuff.
For a good portion of the season. He was already out. Like they just went through this rash of injuries, and they are bigger and stronger, and they're bench mob. So the bench mob is much better this year.
Overall,
Dragic and Drummond really have a connection.
I would argue though that again, so. We talked about like you're dealing with two extremes at the 4 and 5 right now. And what I felt like is, so again, that was from before Drummond, right?
Right.
I wouldn't have picked someone like a Drummond. And just in terms of just X's and O's and trying to figure out player placement and who would work. I wouldn't have gone with someone like a Drummond, although I am not going to argue his presence and his work and what he has done. He's He's been good. He's been been doing his job. Let's put it that way.
Especially on the second, coming in on the
Yep.
second unit against a bunch
Yep.
of bum centers.
Yep.
I mean, he gets every rebound when he comes in. It's
no
Celtics
question.
Game was a perfect example.
Yep.
Of
Yep.
just what a difference he makes.
And I'm
versus
not
whatever the
saying
Celtics were.
I'm not, and again, I'm not arguing that. Like, I would ideally, I would still have him on the floor. I would still have him on the, like, maybe kind of more as like the third run kind of guy, or at the very least, maybe even like listed as like the second string center. But what I would have, especially you start thinking about later on in like the playoffs where things start getting tighter, then what I would be leaning more towards somebody who can be more of a interior presence, but they can also potentially stretch the floor a little bit. At least, maybe again, be someone who be, and again, this is also assuming Pat Will was going to be freaking Pat Will, which he's not Pat Will. So, like, but again, like that was my thought was, okay, assuming P Will's going to be coming back and he's going to be like legitimately, and maybe he might still. The story isn't completely written, but as it's being written right now, it's not looking good. Yeah. And if I was the Bulls, I wouldn't be hanging my hat on him. But
it's consistency for him.
I was speaking more from the perspective of assuming Pat Will's going to be there, then I was thinking they needed somebody, especially, again, you think about it as like that, like where you need that you need 2 3-headed monsters. You needed at the guard positions and you need it at the big positions. And then you need some kind of mixings in and of there to kind of fill in at the 3 spot. But if you can come in and you can bring in like a solid, like 3-man rotation at both the guards and what is really now the true like front court now, because really the small forward now is not the front court. It's wing.
No, yeah, right.
Yeah. We talk about it as front court, but really that's 90s, 2000s kind of shit, like kind of just still carrying across. But it's really truly not front court anymore. You know, true to form front court is the power forward and center position. And to get like a solid 3-man rotation, and to do that, you need somebody that can come out either as part of your starting lineup or coming off the bench that can play both the power forward and center position effectively. And this is where I'm feeling that the Bulls are really lacking right now, right? And it's a matter of being able to be a solid front court, either offensively or defensively, and then also be able to stretch out the floor enough to really warrant you kind of playing that 4 position in today's NBA, right? And this takes me to freaking Miles Turner. I won't stop talking about this guy until he stops being relevant, because I love this dude. I love this kind of a player. I like just okay. I sent you. I wish I'd have sent that. I wish I would have sent that to myself. Let me pull this up. I'm gonna spout out some numbers. I'm gonna talk some stuff up in here. Let me pull up some stuff up in this place, right?
Up in this piece.
I'm gonna be spouting off. I'm gonna be spitting out some stuff. Right. I'm sorry. No, you know what? I've been good. I'm gonna spout out some shit tonight. Okay. Listen. let me put this up. So far this season, straight up numbers: 17.5 points per game, a career high. 8.5 rebounds, a career high. 3 blocks per game. 66% true shooting, which is also a career high, on a 36.4% 3-point shooting. From the center position. let's put some respect on this man's name.
So in Chicago, he'd be a power forward.
Oh, but he can also obviously play center for you.
True. No. I'm not knocking that.
So what I would say,
if you were to bring a Miles Turner, first off, before we get into the, all the sparkle of what it would be or what it wouldn't be in the lineup.
and let me also make this clear. Let me make this clear for everybody right now, just so that nobody gets like coming in is like, oh, Jarret's just running the same damn line. Let me make this perfectly clear for everybody. Okay, everybody hear me? I am gonna be calling out the same damn line. My first answer for who does a team need right now? And if you ask me, the first name that's gonna come off my lips is Miles Turner. I need to get that out there. I need to get it out there right now, but especially like
This
and
weird
it's not
part for
always
me.
gonna fit. It's not always
putting me
gonna
in a
fit.
Weird spot here.
Yeah.
Because I'm normally the ones with coming up with crazy trades or trades just about. That doesn't mean be crazy. I'm usually the one that is like, oh, we should trade for,
I don't care.
Giannis would solve all of our problems.
I don't care.
And that is true.
Miles Turner all day. Miles Turner all day. Miles Turner all day.
I don't see how.
Miles Turner all day. I don't care.
I just don't see how.
I don't care.
See what happened was no.
If I was Indiana, if I was Indiana, the last thing I would do was let go of Miles Turner. I'm like,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
They're gonna because
I know, and they better because he's going to be a free agent. So
or they're just gonna let him go.
Yeah, exactly.
They're gonna let figure it out or let him go.
But Miles Turner's going to go somewhere, and I'm going to be following. It's like he's my second favorite player in the league right now, like 100%.
Well, it's
100%.
so hard.
And for people that are asking who my first,
it's Joker.
It's Joker. Let's not.
All right, so let me. I don't even know if I'm the Bulls fan talking at this point, or like the logical. I don't know which one I am right now.
It's okay. It's okay.
So
it's okay.
Yes, first of all, let me just start off by saying Miles Turner is a great player, a good player. He's a good player. I would like him in Chicago. I just don't see how the Bulls get him there.
Now, fair enough.
Above any other offer. Like there are other teams that should have better offers. They may not offer them.
Right.
They may not offer them.
Right.
But there should be better offers out there.
Now, again, let's also call out the fact that from a player morale perspective for Miles Turner, this has been horrible, right?
Oh,
Indiana's been talking about
him, the person.
Putting him absolutely.
He's been on the trade block for like 3 years.
From a business perspective, from Indiana's line of things, especially from like last year and then even especially now this year, I think what they were realizing was that, as a trade to value, they can get a lot for him.
Yes.
Right? And especially maybe further on, because the Pacers are a relatively young team.
Which is what they've been rebuilding. As soon as they traded off, I was going to say Puentes. Wahoo Wah.
Wow, yeah, I know
Virginia
exactly who you're
guy.
talking about, and I'm losing the name
Boston.
too.
Shoot, my main name just completely blanked. I don't know how that's possible.
Hold up,
Yeah,
hold
I should
up,
be ashamed of
hold
myself. I'm a Virginia fan.
Brogdon, Malcolm Brogdon.
Brogdon. Yeah. Oh man, Malcolm.
I know.
Sorry.
I did the same thing, so I can't blame you.
I could see him as plain as day. It was.
Which it's an odd name.
Yeah, I can't want to say Prentice, and then I'm like, no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong UVA light skinned dude.
Mm-hmm.
So Brogdon. As soon as they dealt him, I mean, the writing was on the well, maybe actually before that, because I think he was after the fact. As soon as they traded the Sacramento trade.
Sabonis. They moved Sabonis over to
made that
Sacramento,
deal,
and then
that was the
Brogdon,
signal.
yeah. And especially like you could
everything
see,
was
like
coming.
once they moved Sabonis, you could tell that they needed to move Brogdon because like the two of them were kind of that pick and roll kind of duo with Indiana, and they had they had a good dynamic going, and that was really the core of their offense at the time. So yeah,
if you're the Bulls, what would it take? We'll play. Let's do this. What would it take to get Miles Turner right to Chicago?
Well, so obviously,
not even if the should. Let's get past the should.
No, that's the question here, and I'll be fair here. So now let me also help to provide context to let me put the method into my madness here. All of this to me, Bulls, and I spoke to this before. I think we need somebody, and I say we. I'm not even really a Bulls fan.
I like how we suddenly switched.
Just kind of like
I went from being the fan to you being the fan, and now me being like, yeah, that's not realistic.
I think I with Pat Will not quite showing up, and the fact that although I like Andre Drummond, and I appreciate the effort that Javonte Green brings, I would rather have someone that can be a skill, but also play potentially both the 4 and 5 for them. So that's where I'm trying to think, but also I'm trying to think about like what was Pat Will supposed to bring to the table, and I'm thinking about defense. But I'm thinking about, okay, also in today's NBA, really the way the power forward position is really kind of leaning now is really true to form a 3-and-D 4. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't if you don't have Pat Will, Vooch does a lot of things, but he's not a true defensive stopper.
Vooch gets a bad rap a lot of times, like, oh, you're such a bad defender.
I don't say he's bad.
Vooch is a really no. I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking as a fan.
Right.
Bulls fans, Vooch isn't, because he's not what you think of as a defensive player, and he's not fast. Like, he's not fleet of foot. He's not blocking people's shots. He's not that intimidating force inside. So you think, he's a bad defender. Vooch plays solid team defense. He knows how to play the drop coverage and things like that. He's in the right spot at the right time and things like that.
Yes.
And if you go and look at the numbers, he's actually weirdly an above average, not way above, but slightly above average defender position. And there's weirdness when it comes to that. But
Vooch is one of those.
He's not locking anybody down.
Vooch is one of those. I actually like Vucevic a lot. But it's weird because
he gets
probably one of the reasons why I like Vucevic is because I do like players that it's hard to figure out why they are as good as they are, but they are as good as they are, right? But at the same time, what that ultimately boils down to mechanically on the floor is there are ultimately little kind of like smattering of weaknesses that you have to account for that can be taken advantage of.
Sure.
Right. And so my thought along that side is that Vucevic can score from a pretty decent spread around the floor.
Oh, sure.
But he's not he's not a knockdown 3-point shooter.
No.
And he's not a true to form rim defender either. And again, this is where my brain goes to Miles Turner, because he does both of those things. Plus, Turner is a very solid pick and roll player. He's an exceptionally consistent, solid dribble handoff player. He's also one of the kind of the few players that has his range of offensive play, who is also solid in the post offensively. And say great, solid, but then also has such a strong potential defensively. Both in he's a great shot blocker, both either as a primary defender or a help defender. He's also a solid pick and roll defender. He's got a good solid defensive mindset. He's and then he'll get you 8.5 rebounds a game. Okay, it's on 17.5 points. I mean, potentially, depending on, and maybe that could fluctuate depending on how you want to use him, right?
So he's not, the knock on him, if I'm comparing it. Okay, first of all, I'm comparing him to Vooch directly. I would never. Are you? Let me ask you first. Are you trying to work toward the concept of, to get Turner, you're giving up Vooch?
Not ideally.
Okay.
Not ideally.
I was gonna say no, not ideally.
Not ideally.
Fact,
no.
I would lean hard against that.
No, that wouldn't be that wouldn't be like just looking from the team constitution and who's doing what and how. That would not be my first pass. Now the problem there is, would Indiana accept that trade?
Well, see, I don't think Indiana actually wants Vooch. I don't think Vooch doesn't do them any good.
Not necessarily, but if they lose Turner, then they're potentially they could give
too much. I don't think they care too awful much. Right,
because only because of the fact that they need to do something with him or potentially lose him. But from just a pure like who they have and how things are looking, it wouldn't necessarily look great. But yes, given the fact that Vooch, they are probably going to lose him.
Even if they traded for Vooch is a free agent at the end of the year too. So it's not even like you could trade him next year.
There you go. So I'm thinking more.
He's not a guy you could build around.
Yeah, I'm thinking more as a way to solve the Patrick Williams problem, and then also a way to solve that 3-man dynamic problem. If you have Turner, Vooch, and Drummond, because like I said, I need somebody that can play the 4 and the 5. I don't care if they're coming off the bench or if they're one of the starters. I'm fine either way. Right. But I need a 3-man dynamic. Now, ideally, what I would do is, it's better with a solid 4 or 5 as the starter, and then have somebody coming off the bench that's versatile. Because then you have a bit more kind of rotation dynamic there. There's kind of the timing of things can work out a little bit better, but you can you can still you effectively still work that out. So you could have, say, like but the thing is there, I would still try and push for a better power forward as a backup.
Got you.
But what you could do is have Turner kind of coming in and playing with both Vooch and Drummond. You can have Green, like combination of Green and Jones, depending on your dynamic.
And the bench and your guy that can kind of bridge the gap.
Exactly.
Give you a little more offense when the bench is in, a little more defense when the offense when the starters are in. That type of thing. Which I think, yes, he would be an improvement in that respect.
But then also
especially
the defensive
consistency,
and then the defensive capability, because then that also alleviates Vooch on that side.
Just Vooch, what it would actually help. So the Bulls starters is a reason that they're also the bench when they come in, kind of give them a jolt, is because of the defensive side of things. Zach LaVine is not a defender.
No, and DeRozan's also
would love to be a defender, but he is also not a defender.
No, they have other
is a slow defender. He's not. Whereas if you have Turner in there, you have people that you can just direct. Guys that are driving, that are going to run by.
Also, you have someone again, but like where Turner is so incredible is on kind of the pickup on that help defense when necessary.
That's what I'm saying. You know where to send him now.
Well, send Turner
even in his with Turner there. If
yeah. You know,
push him right.
Right.
Like,
right.
I can send.
But I'm also thinking about like kind of like adjust like blitz second adjustments, and Vooch gets beaten off, and Turner realizes that Vooch got beat and can come in and get the block. That's where Turner gets his blocks. You know, a lot of the times, and especially when he's playing with Sabonis, back when Sabonis was there, Turner was able to really come in and help pick up for some of Sabonis's defensive weaknesses, and being able to help pick up when Sabonis got beat, and to be able to come in and get that help side block, right? And so
that would be the type of defense that they would likely be running.
Yeah.
If they're in there, unless you have him and Drummond in there, which time it's totally different. Just
if you have both Turner and Drummond on the floor, dude, you're looking at a potential of a pretty like one.
I think I would be more excited about the potential of the defensive team that they could roll out there.
If
you put out Drummond and Turner and Caruso and Dosunmu and then Lonzo.
Right.
Or, something like that. I mean, they may not score 10 points, but defensively they would be.
But again, you've also got a guy that has shown pretty consistently to be an effective, again, I don't need him to be like a high volume 3-point shooter.
Sure.
But you got to pay attention to him. That guy busts out a pick and pop.
Yeah.
For somebody, you have to he has gravity.
Which is similar to Vooch in that way. This way, they're shooting pretty close. I had to look it up just to make sure that because Vooch has been shooting a three much better this year. Last year, he was more around 30%. I want to say 30. He might have been at 35, but it would have been because of a late season
surge and he just
rise.
got a little bit better. Okay, right,
He was
right.
more like 32 most of the last year.
Sure,
He might have gotten up 35. I had to look it up to be sure of that. But this year he's shooting about 35, 36, 37%. In other words, he's shooting where you got to legitimately heal. Let me pull it up, the number.
Well, and again,
right now he's shooting 37%.
And again, that's why I'm arguing. Ideally, I would not get rid of Vooch if I could handle it. Again, I don't know
any deal that you would trade. So if the Bulls were going to make a trade with Turner, all trades for the Bulls for anybody that's worth anything major start and almost end with Patrick Williams and Kobe White.
Right.
They start with one of them, if not both of them.
I would say to make the money work, you would have to send both, and then either my first pass would be Pat Will, Kobe White, guaranteed, and then either Dalen Terry or Tony Bradley. That would be my like ideal scenario. Because again, I'm sorry, Kobe White's not doing it.
No.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think I would switch over to being the like the Pacers front off. If I'm a Bulls fan and they're like, we want Kobe White and Patrick Williams, I would, him and Hall and talk about how great Patrick will be and things like that. At the end of the day, I'm probably doing it. I'm probably doing it and not really being. Yeah, it'd be nice to keep Patrick Williams. Don't get me wrong.
Well, but it's the potential of Patrick Williams which gives you value in the trade in the first place.
Exactly. Right. You don't make the trade otherwise, right?
Right.
So
I'd be shopping him up. I mean, I would be talking about this guy. It's like, yeah, we need someone that can, do XYZ. But look, seriously, P. Will is such a solid player. I think he's rising, and I think he needs a change of scenery. I think that if a team can come in and
because of Levine and DeMar.
Exactly. That's the other thing too, because if you look at the Pacers right now, center would be a potential issue for them, but you still have like Halliburton. They have Nembhard in there. Okay, fair enough, but your star shooting guard is Mathurin. This kid is sick right now.
Yeah.
I mean, sick. And so
if you're a team that is rebuilding,
fair, yeah. Young.
It's talent, and we get all the pieces and we'll sort them out. You just want young and talented. I think that the Pacers are going to go to Chicago and say, yeah, that's all well and good. I want some draft picks. That's where it gets a little hazy.
Fair enough. And that's where I think
that's where I get a little bit hazy.
That's where I think that the perspective of also possibly, instead of maybe a Dalen Terry, coming in with a Tony Bradley might be a better trade, at least on paper, because then what you're at least bringing in is someone who can come in at the center position, because they're fairly like, really their one weak spot right now with Turner on the floor is the power forward. Shop up Williams as the potential answer to that problem. Hell, also the other thing is he's got another young buck in Jalen Smith come in. Now he's also not doing so great, which means you pit them against each other. Competition isn't a bad thing. So you might be able to position it where you can figure out who's going to step up amongst the two, have Bradley as kind of maybe your quote unquote weakest point on the floor for you. But then you've got some backups here. But then you still have Halliburton, Maturin, Buddy Hield, and that Buddy Hield Halliburton dynamic is stupid. Then
and see now, I will say even with all of that though, one of Chicago's other big weaknesses is 3-point shooting. They have none. They have Zach, who is a scorer, not a shooter, and there's a difference. I mean, you know that, but between
now that's also speaking to the problem of having Lonzo out too.
True.
Right.
Yeah, Lonzo is their best 3-point shooter. As weird as that sentence is to say, he is their best 3-point shooter. Zach is a rhythm shooter. He's a rhythm scorer. Once he's in a rhythm, you're not gonna cool him down. Like he has to cool himself down. That's the only way.
Yeah, right.
If he shoot threes, yes, and he can just keep backing up.
Yeah. And if you start pushing him too hard, then he's going to drive by you, and then if you position your offense right, he's just going to get cuts to the lane and just
DeMar in that way is a rhythm shooter too. His rhythm usually he stays inside the 3-point line. He's that 2-point mid-range, the mid-range assassin. Yeah, as Stacey King calls him. Yeah, and he's that. But in rhythm, he can also shoot threes.
Yep.
There's no one. They don't have, back in the day, they don't have Steve Kerr. They don't have John Pax. They don't have that knockdown. If he catches it out there, it's going up and it's going in. They don't have that guy. So Lonzo is their first one. They'd hoped Kobe would eventually step into that role. Kobe's not it. Kobe is a really good player. I think he's going to have a nice little career, but he's not anything close to what they were hoping he'd be. He's not even good at consistently being the scorer, and he's known for being a scorer.
Right? That's why I said I'm.
It pains me to say again.
I am the worst thing that you can be. I'm complacent. I'm complacent. I am just not complacent's not the right word. What's the right word? I am apathetic. I'm apathetic.
It's a different A.
Well, like even complacent is like it's like you're just kind of there. You kind of with the thing, and you're not driving it, but you're just kind of there. But apathetic is more like that's how I feel about Kobe White, because I'm not a Bulls fan. I don't have any kind of personal history or love with this dude. Or hate. Only thing I can tell you is that I'm not seeing the value here, other than the money he's being paid to move it around. Right. I'm sorry, but that's
the problem with Kobe. Kobe's a nice guy.
But maybe the like a change, a move, and maybe like this kind of thing is like maybe it might be that one thing. What I would love to see is like this is that one thing. Oh, you're gonna dump me off, motherfucker? Guess what? You know what? Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna get mine. I'm coming up here in Indiana, and I'm gonna get mine. And I'm like, yes, do that, please, because
Kobe is again. He falls into he's a nice guy. Like both, we hate on him, but we
like
him the person.
Sure, you like the guy, the guy, and again,
like the guy,
and I'm not again, and I don't know the dude, and I've never heard anything.
I'm also tired of talking.
Right,
about
I've never
potential.
heard anything bad about him, but as far as like an asset on the floor,
See, I feel the same. I'm with you. I understand.
So it's and again, that's why I say, like, for me, like, I would love to hear about a redemption story.
Sure.
This is not the first time it's happened for somebody coming out of the Bulls.
I was gonna say that
happens.
One day I'd like it to be that a player comes to Chicago and has that story as opposed to just leaving it.
Right.
Constantly.
And maybe this might be Miles Turner's thing, but hey, because I'm going to shop you on Miles Turner until I'm blue in the face, until he goes somewhere else. Because
it sounds like the weirdest thing about this whole thing is normally I'm the one coming up with ridiculous trade
but it's
ideas.
Not ridiculous. But I'm bringing you X's and O's.
I'm the one going, oh, we can make this happen. We can make it. Jarret
no,
there like,
I am bringing you
why would they do that?
X's and O's and money that will work here. Now, my biggest question is, let me put it this way. This trade I have set up, if you're Chicago and you don't take this, you're a fucking moron.
All right, so
if you're Indiana,
what's the trade? What's the trade?
Turner for Williams, White, and Bradley. You're looking at less than an $800,000 difference out of millions. Millions.
No, it's not the dollars.
No, the numbers work. I would the one thing this doesn't allow you to do is to account for trades. And that kind of thing.
Okay, trade. I think we all, if anybody out there is watching, they're like, oh, it's the ESPN trade machine. Yes, the ESPN trade machine. This is more just a way to kind of help level set some things around the discussion and the conversation. That's it. That's all. We're not using this as gospel. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. It's just a way to kind of help level set the numbers some way, because there is no true to form kind of system outside of the phone calls and the finagling and the reasons why the people that do that work get paid the money they get paid to do it. It doesn't, we're sitting here in our rooms across one side from literally two sides of the country, on the internet trying to figure this out. And so you're talking in this deal, obviously from a money standpoint only, this works out. But from a Bulls fan looking at only the players, because I think there have to be draft picks. I don't think Indiana makes any sort of trade that doesn't involve the draft pick. So let me table that for just a second.
Right.
P. Will is your linchpin in this deal, right?
Yeah.
As a Bulls fan, you go, but P. Will, man, we can't. If from a front office standpoint, their first draft pick is P. Will, as a front office, as a president of basketball operations and GM, the first guy that they drafted was P. Will.
What do your quarterly sales numbers look like? What have you done for me for the first half? How have you evaluated and brought potential and earning quality to this company, son? Yes, you're my first hire, but do not make any mistake that you will not be my first fire.
Yes. And I'm not disagreeing that I don't know if I've gotten fully on 100% there. I'm close. Okay, so this deal isn't bad to me. This deal isn't one of those that I look at and go,
No way. Now,
moving on.
Then again, the whole time I've been speaking about this, like I've been talking here, and this has been something I've been kind of thinking through here, and for folks listening, understand that no, I don't have the emotional connection to the team.
No.
And also and I know I kind of spattered off kind of like hardcore kind of business speak kind of thing. Although sometimes you need to be able to pull that out of your pocket when needs to come in.
That's where the touchy-feely stuff doesn't work.
But also to that point, I am not arguing that there doesn't need to be any humanity as a part of it, but I see this, and again, I'm not a fan of either team. I am a fan of Miles Turner, but I'm not a fan of either team.
Sure.
I don't have a dog in this particular race, other than I am very interested in where Miles Turner goes. I see this as, to the points that I brought up. Kobe White, I almost see as either someone who can come in and provide, like, this is your opportunity, man. You know what? You went over to the Bulls. You didn't show up. You're coming over here. You've got a fresh start, bro. You've got a fresh start. You got all the potential in the world. You got a fresh start. You know what? And hey, guess what? Guess who you get to play a lot? We're both in the Central.
So
he's a nice guy. He's a nice dude. But in the right circumstances, he's a professional basketball player.
Right.
Which means that we talk about this nice guy, blah, 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 blah. But let's be real here. It's within the lens of a professional basketball player. Now, this boils down to a couple different things. Or do you have just more of a nice guy mentality, but you are a true competitor? Or are you some punk who lucked out off of your natural gifts alone and never truly got tested and told that you were God from day one? Who the hell are you?
So
this
if you make a deal like this, any deal from the Bulls side, if you're dealing not just Kobe, yes, for all the reasons that you said,
yeah,
but specifically P. Will. For me to trade away P. Will, I have to trade away all of the potential future, the potential wingman to Zach LaVine when DeMar's gone. So that's what you're possibly trading away, right? Not saying you will be all those things. I'm saying the potential of that. That's what you're dealing away. And for the Bulls to deal that away, that means, from my perspective, you need to be bringing in a guy that is as close to game-changing, altering the universe as far as the Eastern Conference goes, and title contender this year and next year. That's and
so
not playoff contender, title contender. Like,
this is
landscape changing. Giannis, we're not scared of. Joel Embiid, who might be hurt by that time. We're not scared of. Kevin Durant, whatever craziness is going on with the Nets, we're not worried about them. We're not worried about the West. Like we're not worried about it. I'm not saying we're better than all of them. We're just saying when you line them up, you go, yeah, we're good. Bring it. Let's have this game. That's what you have to deal. I think that's what you need to look at whenever you're dealing Patrick Williams. If you're putting him in a deal, of course, Giannis isn't a possibility, but that's a ridiculous one. But if you were dealing it for somebody like that, yeah, sure. Done. Dallas, if Dallas wants to come calling and, Luka is free, Luka would also be nice. Obviously, neither of those guys are coming. But,
right.
Yeah, exactly. So, but Kevin Durant, okay. Maybe the Nets get broken up. That's the type of player, though, that I'm not saying Patrick Williams would get them, but that's the kind of guy that I'm wanting to reach for Patrick Williams. Do I think they get him? No, I don't. Obviously, all those players are out there, but that's sort of the piece I have playing in my mind. That's where I question.
See, that's to me where you talk about kind of the crazy
fan side
conversation.
Yeah. No,
right?
I completely understand that those aren't realistic trades. So that's probably not what I was trying to
but I do understand what you're talking about.
The level of player where it's changing the landscape.
Well, again,
we're pulling you up, however that goes.
Again, if this was a younger player who consistently showed me that upside, and with P. Will,
okay,
and this type of conversation came up, then yes, I would be thinking about the exact same points that you were talking about. I'd be thinking about the upside that I'd be handing over.
And P. Will just turned. When you talk about young, P. Will is young, even for a guy that's been in the league. This is his third year. P. Will just turned 21. Just turned a couple months ago. So he is a young player.
Sure.
Still.
Sure.
Age-wise, young still. He was young coming into the league. So he's younger than a normal third-year guy. Significantly. He's probably a year or two younger than that. To put this in perspective, he is younger than Kobe White.
Fair enough.
He's younger than enough. Who was a rookie last year.
So let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. If I was deciding trade value on keeping P. Will, I would be thinking about dumping and dumping again.
Getting rid of?
No, I'm talking about the tank word that shall not be spoken. Because then I'd be looking to drop DeRozan out. Vooch, he's a free agent looking ahead. I'd be looking to, yep, I wish you luck in your future endeavors.
So you would go the other way?
If I kept P. Will.
Run it back with what you got this year. Let Lonzo hopefully come back healthy.
Yep. And then
next year look to trade
with the intent of dropping DeRozan and let Vooch find other pastures.
So Vooch is a free agent at the end of this year. DeMar is a free agent, at the end of next season.
Yep.
So you would
That would be the plan. That would be the plan. That, like I said, like the 2 year, my 2 year plan would be to dump those contracts and build. But also, also with ruthless aggression, get Kobe White off my fucking roster.
Yeah, I'm tired.
I mean, I'm sorry, but if I'm
completely tired of, because every so often he flashes.
I don't care. I don't care.
Kobe,
I don't care about flashes.
No. I'm saying Kobe, but I'm saying
no, Kobe. I don't care about flashes. I don't care. I don't care about flashes.
But Kobe doesn't flash anymore. Like, even
then
Bulls
fuck
fans, when he has a good game, you're like, yeah, he's not that good.
No, I mean, I'm just saying. Like, no, I'm sorry.
It's not. Yeah. It's the weirdest
thing. Send him to Spain. I don't care. Just get him off my roster. Get him off my payroll.
I struggle. Well, he's a free agent. He's also a free agent at the end of this year. His contract's
okay. So now then that's a whole different conversation. That's a whole different conversation, because then, okay, you know what? If we really want to give people a chance, and we really want to try and say, look, you know what? And how many years does Zach have?
Year for his chance. This is his chance. This is his chance.
So fucking dump him for Turner.
No, I'm saying this year. He's got the season.
Fuck this season.
Rookie year doesn't count. No,
I'm saying, but this is the thing. This is the thing.
Second year.
This is the thing.
With COVID and all that other stuff.
I'm looking at February what?
When the trade deadline is?
Yeah. But it's February, right? I mean, what? I mean, it's whatever. It's February. Yeah. So I'm sorry. Unless this kid.
February 9th.
Oh, might as well call it January, brother. Listen, dude, you're like tick, 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 tick. I don't see you changing my mind.
He is so P Will is so maddening, because you see it.
I know, and I know. I hear you. I have
far more hope, and that's what.
Which is why he's the linchpin of the trade value in the first place.
Completely, 100%.
And you can get Turner now. Turner now.
And you could re-sign Turner, because you would then own his bird rights, all that good stuff. Yes. Not that I don't get it. Now. I guess my question is this: Does Turner make my team now and next year? Because that's really what you're talking about. About 2 to 3 year window. Does Turner and Vooch and DeMar and Zach, and let's hope Lonzo comes back healthy.
Well, again, as you've already stated, we're not trading Vooch, but he is. No, he is 5. No, but listen to me. Let's not. This year is a shaping of the stone year. But Vooch is a free agent. Now, there's 2 ways you can look at it. Is he going to be more willing to come back playing beside P. Will? Or is he going to be more willing to come back playing against Turner? The other side of that is, let's say that doesn't matter, and Vooch goes someplace else anyway. Guess what? I've got a starting center right here, ready to go.
I don't see him leaving.
You don't see him leaving?
No, and I couldn't even. I know what you're going for, and I'm not like completely.
I'm looking at both sides of it. I would say that Vooch would be especially next year as he's getting older and older and older. Looking at the things that a Miles Turner can give you and can do that you don't have to worry about.
Right.
Think about it. Think about it, brother. Oh, also, hey, you got somebody else that can play the pick and pop on the other side of the ball. I'm sorry. The thing is this is that I'm not, and people that know me, people that listen to me, like you'll get to learn this about me. I'm not actually that emotionally invested in this. For me, the way, looking at this, the way my brain works, the story is writing itself. I'm sorry, but the dynamics there, if you look at, because Turner is, you talk about like kind of the way like people like knocks on like Vooch and things. And I don't know if it's like quite a knock on Turner, but he doesn't get enough credit as a like a switch defender.
Yeah.
He's got incredible footwork and drive, and just like defense drives his offense. Like being like putting in the effort on the defensive side and just putting it in, and it's like, oh, you fuckers. And then that's where he gets like off on the offensive side, because it's the defensive side of the ball that just turns his engine, and that's the other thing that the Bulls are lacking.
The issue that I would have, I just don't know. In a league of where wings are the thing.
But it's
and
turning.
Yes, I know things are tweaking.
But the times are
Bit.
turning.
Maybe the.
But see. Here's the thing. You know how you answer how the quote unquote times are turning? Because the times, be it football, be it basketball, the quote unquote times are turning are always dictated and named after the offense. How do you change the narrative? You do it defensively. Then you have, it's always a defensive response that then puts something in place. And then what it is you capitalize on how the offense has architected, and then how the defense responded to it, to then shift how you offensively play and then take advantage of it. Here's the thing. Turner's the kind of player that can play through the transition. He's as effective of a big man at the perimeter, but more importantly, people talk about like the kind of the perimeter side, but especially from that big player. More importantly is how capable are you at the switch point?
Right.
And Turner's a solid defender at the switch point. His dribble handoff defense is probably one of the best in the league right now, but also he's very solid playing that big man role to help screen off on like dribble handoffs and then like receive dribble handoffs and then come off of like top of key, and then like he's got such a good fluid kind of understanding of the game too, which is another thing, is that I think I really think that he has an exceptional basketball IQ. The numbers don't, like his assist numbers don't show it, but he knows where to be and when. Not
how old is Turner? I was gonna say let's. So in my mind, I think Turner's older than he probably is too.
26.
I'm thinking. Okay.
26.
So in my head, I've always. It feels like he's been around forever. You know what I mean?
I know.
He's one of those guys like, oh man, he's been here forever.
He was drafted in 2015, so he's been there for a minute, right?
Yeah, but he's not knocking on door 30.
No,
he's not.
He's still not reaching his prime.
Yeah,
I mean,
technically,
potentially, right? He still has, like you start to kind of see that 27, 28 kind of span, so he's starting to peek into there, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And you think about him with the Ball and the Levine, the DeRozan.
So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna table this because it's 5 a.m. We're gonna table this. I think I turned him. Somebody grab Turner. Grab Turner, because we're gonna talk about it.
But I'm sorry, but here's the thing. You look at the numbers on this dude, and it's like, okay, fuck, seriously, especially for a center in today's NBA, this dude is pretty freaking solid. But then you start to look at some of the other stuff that just doesn't show up in the stat sheets, and you start to look at how he moves and where he is and when and things like that, and it starts to just kind of play out, and you like realize like, damn, this guy's got something different. And then you realize like he's pumping, like, granted, yeah, he's pumping up even more numbers. He's like, we're saying, like, he's got like career highs right now.
Yeah,
dude's
he's on a bad team.
Advertising himself, right? But consistently, though, here's the thing. Indiana has been moving this guy. He's been trying to figure out how to move this guy because he's especially after they got rid of Brogdon.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only trade piece they got.
It's true. Yeah,
that's it. And they're trying to. They know he's got value. It's not about the fact that he's not good. This is not one of those moves where we're trying to offload somebody. They're trying, and that's the reason why they've been turning down. They've been turning down offers.
But see, let's get into that on the next stream for sure, because that's actually where I don't think the Bulls, even if I was like, you know what, P. Wells, yeah, done, these 3 guys for Turner, that doesn't get it. I don't think that gets it done. I don't even think that gets it.
That's my other problem.
Let's table that for now.
It is another problem. I mean, I've just been thinking about it, like, if the moves were to happen, Turner fitting in within the Bulls offense and defense and that kind of thing. Fair enough. You're right. I don't know if Indiana would take it.
Yeah, because you gotta think of teams like the Lakers that they've sort of turned down and stuff like that. But we're not gonna get it. I was gonna say let's talk about that on the next.
Because I've got an answer. I've got an answer to that, because this this kind
Is
of
it
a trade.
salary?
No.
Right.
No. This is the kind of trade from the Bull side.
Sure.
Let's talk about the Bulls organization. This is the preview here. From the Bulls organization, this is where that front office person, back office, GM, whoever.
Sure. Right.
Whoever it is that is on the phone with Indiana. Oh, son. This is where they make their money. This is why they're paid what they're paid. I'm sorry, call me old school, but this is where you go to draft, like NFL draft day. This is where you got the conversations coming on. Yeah. Like, I'm like, look, I'm sorry. Do you think I'm sitting here like yanking on my jock strap here?
Yeah.
No, I've got nothing. But I'm telling this guy, I've got offers coming in left and right here. I'm telling you right now, what I'm giving you, you're not going to get anything better. Let's make this fucking deal happen right now, or I'm hanging up.
Yeah.
It's that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I
think you almost have to.
Where are those guys?
I don't think Turner is getting dealt before. Whenever is it 4? It's usually 3 o'clock. Is it 3 o'clock? I want to say.
Oh, see, no,
it's going to be February 9th.
See, now that's I would love to trade places with whoever it is that is on that phone to get that deal done. Because I guarantee you, I would get that deal done. You know what I? No. You know what I would do? You know what I would do?
Or the Bull side.
No. Yeah, I'm on the Bulls.
Okay.
I'm on the Bulls. You know what I would do? I'd figure out a way to work out some other kind of podunk trade off the back end that would then turn around and then work off a secondary trade with 2 other teams that then would work out with a final trade that would make fucking Miles Turner my starting power forward. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I would work out some crazy. We're talking about
basically sort of like a 3-team, but not making it a 3-team.
Oh no, like it would start with a 3-team,
right?
With like another 3-team.
That's gonna be sitting there with all the little strings attached.
With another 3-team. I'm seeing Charlie Day and like the ugly yellow shirt that's way too small for him, pointing at the board with the red strings, pointing out to everything. But you know what? Miles Turner would be my starting power forward.
So we take this draft pick and we send it over there. Anyhow, this is going to be.
I know.
Thank you, everybody, for hopping on with us. See, I have to stop it because
you would. You're right. Hey, thanks for everybody has been listening and all this randomness. But you know what? Sure. What we want to know is, what do you think?
Yeah.
Miles Turner's going somewhere. He's going somewhere. So what we want to know is where.
Do you do that? Do you do this deal? Do you do the deal that Jarret proposed where it's P. Will, Kobe White, and draft.
Okay, so
Salary
it's
cap
yeah,
fodder.
P. Williams, Kobe
It's Tony
White.
Bradley, but I'm not giving him his actual. Yeah, just
Nah,
salary cap
it's
filler.
hard. Yeah, it's more just because of the fact that you need somebody to play center. It's really why I tossed him in there over.
Yeah.
The other one that would work was Dale. Oh, sorry, excuse me, Dale and Terry, but
He's a
like,
rookie. I'm not sure the Bulls are going to give him away.
But also Indiana, like they are. But the problem with, and I think the biggest issue that Indiana is having with moving Turner is they don't really have a solid answer at center. Outside of Turner, so. That's why I chose Bradley. I'm not saying Bradley's their answer, but it is at least a center
in there, at least.
Right?
Sure.
Right. And then maybe you can work with him and shape him and be like at least a paint defensive presence, which is kind of what he's leaning to. Fine, fair enough.
Right.
But that's the reason why I put Bradley in there. Money wise, it's negotiable. Obviously, there would be some trade talk here because I mean it's 2022 going on 2023. Every trade deal has some kind of pick involvement. That's just the way it goes. Fair enough. But money wise, this at least works. You could even, if I was Chicago, if I had the opportunity and then they were asking for more, Indiana is actually above cap.
Yeah.
So if I was Chicago and
take on some money,
also wanted to dump some things to help quote unquote sweeten the deal, but also let go some of my debt,
Sure. And the Bulls, I will say the Bulls don't have a lot of what I would consider dead money. It's of course the NFL is really the one with dead money.
Right.
But dead money is bad contracts in the NBA. They don't have anybody that really stands out when it comes to that.
No. It's more of the front loaded money that you're not going to let go of for Levine, DeRozan,
or DeRozan or
Vooch or Ball. You're not doing that.
Yeah, or Caruso, quite frankly. Like,
true.
You're not trading him, right?
No.
Yeah, the only next guys are the P. Wills and Kobe's. Like those are the guys.
Exactly. That's kind of where I was kind of thinking here, trying to find kind of middle money that can put together as like, and also looking at the trade is like at minimum a 2-to-1, but really you're also getting a 3-to-1, and so.
But we also don't have and again, we need to we'll wrap this up.
We're gonna keep talking. I know.
But the Bulls don't have they don't have all of their draft picks either. So that's even more reason why guys like P. Will, to a lesser degree Kobe, but P. Will specifically, it's all of their trade assets. So anyhow.
Right. Hey,
I hear the music.
Yeah, thank you everybody that popped on tonight, everybody that have listened to us talk about this. But hey, we're curious about these kind of trade scenarios. We're trying to work this out as best we can. And this is one that it hits a little bit closer to home for Ian because we're talking about the Bulls, but we figure it'd be a great place to start because we know he's so invested. There's some other teams too that we can talk about. The Warriors are a clear contender to try and figure out how they would need to shape their future because as it's constituted,
they got old instantly, I believe.
Not instantly. They've been around for a couple minutes.
Instantly this year.
Instantly this year, but they've been
the age we're in, man. Nothing happened
around
in the past. Nothing happened. I
for
don't know what you're talking about.
a while now and have
I don't know
been
what you're talking
winning, and it just caught up to them.
They won last year, and now this year they're old instantly.
Let's not talk about all the other championships they had and the perfect season
One last year,
and
instantly old
yeah,
this year. That's how that works.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
So there's
get out of here.
there's a few teams that we could talk about here. We'd be very curious about your thoughts on how to best shape teams looking to next year and in the future. And with that, this is Getting Work, signing out.
Later, fam.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played.